What if the very innovations designed to simplify our lives are creating the most complex problems we face? Unpack the hidden contradictions woven into the fabric of modern technology. Settle in for 3 hours that will subtly shift your perspective on everything from algorithmic bias to the always-on culture, perfect for a thoughtful unwind. Let's start with first. Automation dependency trap. There is a paradox growing silently in our lives, a trap woven into the very fabric of progress. It is the automation dependency trap, the idea that the more machines take over our tasks, the less capable we become at doing them ourselves. It sounds harmless at first. After all, machines are built to make life easier. They handle the heavy lifting, the repetitive work, the calculations too complex or too dull for human minds. They save us time, they reduce errors, they allow us to focus on bigger things. But hidden inside this gift is a poison. Because every task we hand over is a skill we stop practicing. And every skill we stop practicing is one we begin to lose. Think about directions. Once, people carried maps in their heads. They remembered roads, landmarks, turns. They could find their way across towns, across countries, with only memory and instinct. Today, we type an address into a GPS and follow a glowing arrow. Simple, efficient, convenient. But ask someone now to navigate without that device, and many will be lost in their own neighborhoods. The tool that was supposed to guide us became a crutch. The mind that once mapped the world now sits idle, outsourced to satellites and screens. Or think about simple arithmetic. For centuries, shopkeepers and students alike could add, subtract, multiply in their heads. Mental math was a skill sharpened daily. But calculators became cheap, and then they became built into every phone. Today, even the smallest calculation, something as trivial as splitting a bill or checking a discount, feels like a burden without a device. The brain, once agile, becomes dull in the absence of necessity. Automation does not just assist us, it atrophies us. And it goes further. Writing, once a craft of the hand, has been overtaken by autocorrect, predictive text, and AI systems that finish our sentences before we think them. We no longer remember spelling because our devices repair our mistakes. We no longer practice grammar because software reshapes our words. Soon, we may not even write at all, only dictate ideas into machines that generate prose on our behalf. At what point do we stop being authors of our thoughts and become mere whisperers to algorithms? Consider aviation. Pilots are trained to fly planes manually, but modern cockpits are dominated by autopilot systems. Studies reveal that many pilots, when forced to take control during emergencies, struggle because they have spent thousands of hours letting automation do the work. Their reflexes dull, their instincts fade, and their reliance grows. This is not science fiction. It is documented in crash investigations. A tool designed to increase safety ends up endangering lives when humans forget how to act without it. The trap tightens slowly, invisibly. A person who cannot cook without recipe apps forgets the art of flavor. A driver who cannot reverse without a camera loses the sense of spatial awareness. A worker who cannot analyze without software forgets the rhythm of logic. Each tool removes effort, but effort is what kept us sharp. Without it, capability decays. History has warned us before. In ancient times, societies that outsourced too much knowledge to scribes found their citizens unable to remember long oral traditions. In modern classrooms, students who rely entirely on search engines instead of memory struggle to think critically because they no longer hold knowledge, they simply fetch it. And in medicine, young doctors raised on diagnostic machines can falter when forced to diagnose by touch, sight, or sound, the way older generations once did. The dependency is subtle, but it spreads everywhere. Automation promises freedom, but it reshapes humanity itself. Ask yourself, how many phone numbers do you remember now? A decade ago, you may have known 10, 20 by heart. Today, perhaps only your own. The machine remembers for you, so you no longer need to. But what happens if the machine fails? What happens if the system crashes, the network goes dark, the tool is gone? We are left weaker than before, stranded in a world we no longer know how to navigate. And it grows worse as automation becomes not just mechanical, but intelligent. Artificial intelligence now writes essays, codes software, designs images, even composes music. At first, it feels miraculous, like a second brain at our command. But the more it creates, the less we need to. And creativity itself, the very spark of human uniqueness, begins to dim. If we no longer struggle to find words, to solve puzzles, to wrestle with ideas, what happens to the muscles of imagination? They weaken. They waste away. This is the paradox. Machines make us more capable in the short term, but less capable in the long term. A student who lets AI write their essay may pass today's exam, but tomorrow they cannot think deeply on their own. A worker who lets software manage every task may appear productive now, but in crisis they cannot act without it. The trap is not just loss of skill, it is loss of resilience. There is a chilling truth hidden here. The more dependent we become, the more fragile we become. A society that cannot survive a day without its machines is a society at risk of collapse the moment those machines stop. The blackout, the outage, the breakdown, these are not just inconveniences anymore. They are existential threats. Our comfort has built our weakness. But perhaps the most dangerous cost is invisible. It is not just memory, or calculation, or navigation we lose. It is confidence. When you no longer trust your own ability, you surrender authority to the machine. You stop believing you can act, you wait for the device to tell you how. Slowly, you stop being the master of technology and become its servant. And the more invisible the automation becomes, the more absolute the control. So the question is not whether automation is good or bad. It is both, and it is neither. The real question is, what are we willing to forget? Which abilities are we ready to lose forever? Because once lost, they are hard to regain. A child who grows up never learning to navigate without GPS may never develop that inner compass at all. A society that forgets how to write may never return to the patience of ink and paper. A civilization that abandons thought to machines may never think as deeply again. The trap does not spring in an instant. It coils around us slowly, comfortably, as we sink into the ease of convenience. And that is what makes it so dangerous. We do not notice the weakness until the day we are tested. And on that day, when the machine is silent, we will realize how much of ourselves we surrendered without a fight. That is the automation dependency trap, the quiet erosion of human capability traded piece by piece for the comfort of convenience. The future will not ask whether we built smarter machines. It will ask whether we remembered how to be human in their shadow. Privacy exposure paradox. We live in an age where privacy feels like both our most treasured possession and our most fragile illusion. Every headline, every scandal, every leak reminds us that our personal information is currency, and that currency is always at risk. And so we turn to technology, to systems and platforms designed to shield us. Password managers, encrypted messaging, biometric locks, VPNs, surveillance-resistant apps. We adopt these tools believing they will protect us from exposure. But hidden beneath their promise lies a paradox, one that quietly rewrites the very meaning of security. Because the truth is this: in order to protect our privacy, these very systems often demand we surrender even more of it. Think about the basics of identity verification. A century ago, proving who you were was as simple as a handshake, a signature, or being recognized by your neighbors. Today, identity has been digitized. We are asked to upload government IDs, selfies, even biometric scans, to platforms that promise to secure our access. Banks want facial recognition. Apps want fingerprints. Online systems demand not just your name, but your location, your device data, your behavioral patterns. Every added layer of protection requires another piece of you. Ironically, the more secure the system, the more personal data you must hand over to feed it. And suddenly, the walls built to keep you safe become containers filled with your most intimate details, just waiting for the next breach. Consider two-factor authentication, the gold standard of online security. On the surface, it's brilliant. A hacker may have your password, but without your phone or your biometric code, they are locked out. But think of what this requires. You must tie your identity to your phone number, your device, your fingerprint, or your face. Each safeguard increases the data trail you leave behind. The company now knows not just your login, but your physical device, your geographical location, sometimes even your voice. The very act of trying to hide from malicious eyes places you under a sharper, more detailed spotlight. The paradox is everywhere. Privacy laws demand companies be transparent, yet to comply, those companies must collect vast amounts of information about how you use their platforms. Security systems at airports are built to protect against threats, but they require full body scans, fingerprints, facial recognition cameras tracking every movement. You are told it is for your safety. But the more the system expands, the more your privacy shrinks. Protection becomes inseparable from exposure. Think about smart home devices. They promise safety. Cameras that watch your doorstep, locks controlled remotely, sensors that alert you when something is wrong. But for these systems to function, they must listen, they must record, they must transmit data. That security camera pointed at your front door isn't just protecting your house. It's also recording every visitor, every delivery, every moment you step outside. That footage often travels to the cloud, stored who knows where, accessible by who knows who. In trying to secure your home, you've allowed an invisible audience into the most private parts of your life. The guard becomes the intruder. The paradox deepens with medical data. Hospitals and apps promise to keep your health information secure, encrypted, protected under strict privacy laws. But in order to provide that security, they require your most intimate data, your genetic code, your medical history, your prescriptions, your daily habits. A genetic testing service might promise to keep your DNA confidential, but to even participate, you must hand over the deepest blueprint of who you are. And once that information exists in a database, it exists forever. No encryption lasts eternally. No wall is unbreakable. The very fact that your data must be collected to be protected guarantees that one day it may be exposed. And here's the chilling part. This isn't always an accident. Many systems are designed to exploit this paradox. Companies know that the more data you give in the name of security, the deeper their control over you becomes. A password manager may secure your logins, but it also centralizes them in one vault, a vault owned by a corporation. Cloud storage may back up your sensitive files, but it also copies them onto servers outside your control. Even encrypted messengers, which promise absolute privacy, often require metadata, information about who you contacted, when, and for how long. The messages may be unreadable, but the map of your relationships is not. Privacy becomes less about invisibility and more about controlled visibility, deciding who gets to see you and under what terms. And often, those terms are dictated not by you, but by the very entities you trusted to protect you. This is the privacy exposure paradox. The idea that by trying to guard your personal world, you must first open it wider. It's a trade few of us think about, because the danger feels distant. We convince ourselves it's worth it. Better to give a fingerprint to unlock your phone than risk a stranger stealing your data. Better to share your location with a rideshare app than risk getting lost in the wrong part of town. Better to let your bank scan your face than risk someone draining your account. Each choice makes sense in isolation. But together, they weave a net so tight that escaping it becomes nearly impossible. And when the system breaks, as it always does, the consequences are staggering. Think about the breaches of massive corporations. Equifax, Facebook, major banks, healthcare providers. Tens of millions of people, their identities, their medical records, their financial details, all exposed in a single instant. Not because they failed to protect themselves, but because the very systems they trusted collected too much in the name of protection. A fortress filled with gold is a perfect target. And in the digital age, that gold is you. The paradox forces us to ask a question few want to face. Is privacy still possible in a world where security depends on exposure? Can we truly be safe if safety itself requires us to give up pieces of who we are? Or is the illusion of protection simply the price we pay for convenience, comfort, and belonging in a connected age? The uncomfortable truth is that we are not just protecting privacy, we are trading it, constantly. Every lock has a key, and every key is another point of vulnerability. The system works, until it doesn't. And when it doesn't, we realize that the very act of building walls around our lives has left us more visible than ever. The privacy exposure paradox is not just a flaw in the system. It is the system. A cycle where protection and exposure are two sides of the same coin, endlessly flipping in our hands, leaving us to wonder not if we are safe, but how much of ourselves we can afford to give away in order to feel safe at all. AI oversight fatigue. We live in an age where artificial intelligence grows sharper, faster, and more capable with every passing year. At first glance, this should feel liberating. Machines can now analyze patterns we can't see, automate tasks we find exhausting, and even generate creative work that once required human imagination. But hidden beneath this promise is a growing paradox. The smarter AI becomes, the more human oversight it demands. Instead of freeing us from responsibility, advanced AI places us under the relentless burden of supervision. This is the phenomenon of AI oversight fatigue. Think about it this way. In the early days of automation, humans programmed simple rules. The machine followed those rules, and if something broke, it was usually obvious and easy to fix. But as AI evolved, it stopped just following instructions. It began learning from data, adapting, and making decisions that no one explicitly told it to make. Suddenly, its choices weren't always transparent. We gained efficiency, yes, but we also introduced uncertainty. And that uncertainty means some human, must constantly watch over the system. Take the example of automated hiring tools. Companies embraced AI to filter resumes, hoping it would reduce bias and speed up recruitment. But soon, stories emerged of algorithms discriminating against women, minority groups, or even applicants who used certain kinds of language. The machine wasn't malicious, it was learning from flawed historical data. But to prevent damage, humans had to sit over its shoulder, auditing every decision, recalibrating the system, making sure fairness wasn't sacrificed in the name of speed. The dream of efficiency turned into the nightmare of endless monitoring. The same dynamic appears in healthcare. AI systems can scan X-rays or detect tumors with astonishing precision. Yet doctors cannot simply trust the machine's verdict. They must double-check every diagnosis, cross-reference results, and be prepared to override the system if it misfires. Because if they don't, a single wrong output could cost a life. Instead of reducing the doctor's workload, AI often multiplies it by demanding a new layer of vigilance. Doctors not only treat patients, but now must also treat the machine, ensuring it doesn't betray the trust placed in it. This fatigue comes from the sheer scale of oversight required. Imagine content moderation. Billions of posts flood the internet daily. AI helps filter hate speech, misinformation, and graphic content. But it doesn't get everything right. Sometimes it censors harmless content. Other times, it lets harmful material slip through. So human moderators must step in, reviewing the gray areas, cleaning up after the system. And because AI makes mistakes at scale, the human burden grows heavier, not lighter. Moderators describe burnout, trauma, and exhaustion, not only from the disturbing content, but from the relentless task of correcting a machine that was supposed to protect them. The paradox deepens when we consider ethics. We often hear that AI needs ethical guardrails, that human values must shape its decisions. But whose values? A self-driving car approaching an unavoidable crash must decide whether to swerve into one person or another. No algorithm can hold the weight of such moral judgment on its own. Humans must predefine the rules, audit the choices, and take responsibility for consequences. The smarter the car, the more complex the oversight becomes, because each new capability introduces new ethical dilemmas. We end up not liberated by machines, but trapped in an endless cycle of ethical babysitting. It's not just professionals or companies. Even ordinary people feel oversight fatigue. Consider facial recognition in airports. You step into a line where an AI scans your face, cross-checking it against a database. But because of concerns about racial bias or false positives, humans hover in the background, ready to verify mismatches. Travelers watch nervously, officials intervene constantly, and trust in the system remains fragile. The AI is powerful, but its power creates an even greater need for human supervision. This oversight burden is not evenly distributed. Wealthy corporations and governments can afford teams of auditors, ethicists, and safety engineers. Smaller organizations cannot. They either take the risk of undersupervised AI or avoid advanced systems altogether. In this way, oversight fatigue creates inequality. Not everyone can afford to constantly watch over their machines. The dream of universal AI assistance turns into a reality where only the powerful can manage its flaws. And the fatigue is not just logistical, it's psychological. Humans are not designed to monitor machines every second, questioning every output, searching for hidden bias or unintended consequences. Vigilance requires mental energy, and when vigilance becomes endless, exhaustion sets in. Studies of pilots, soldiers, and air traffic controllers show that constant monitoring erodes attention, leading to missed mistakes. If AI oversight demands infinite vigilance, then oversight itself becomes unsustainable. The very safety net we rely on begins to fray. Consider the irony here. We created AI to automate tasks, to reduce human error, to save time. Yet as AI grows in intelligence, our workload shifts rather than disappears. Instead of doing the task, we now spend our time watching the task being done, verifying the results, and questioning the system's motives. It's like hiring a brilliant but unpredictable assistant. You can never leave them alone, because you never know when brilliance might tip into disaster. Some argue that the solution is to make AI more explainable, to design systems that can show us why they make each decision. But explanation doesn't eliminate oversight, it multiplies it. Now humans must not only check the output, but also scrutinize the explanation, ensuring it isn't misleading. Others argue for fully autonomous AI, systems that don't require human approval. But that path terrifies many, because it means surrendering responsibility to a machine that cannot feel accountability. We are caught between two impossible choices: exhaust ourselves with oversight or risk disaster by letting go. This is why AI oversight fatigue is not just a technical problem. It is a human problem, a cultural problem, an existential problem. The more capable the machine, the more it exposes the fragility of human trust. And trust is not something that can be automated. Trust requires vigilance, patience, and the willingness to shoulder responsibility. So where does that leave us? We stand in a world where the dream of AI is double-edged. On one side lies efficiency, speed, and progress. On the other lies fatigue, burnout, and the endless task of supervision. We cannot simply abandon oversight, because the risks are too great. But we cannot sustain oversight at the scale intelligence demands. The paradox is unsolved, and perhaps unsolvable. Maybe the deeper truth is this: intelligence, whether human or artificial, cannot exist without accountability. The smarter the system, the more it reflects the flaws of its creators. And those flaws cannot be erased by technology alone. They must be carried, examined, and corrected by human hands. AI oversight fatigue reminds us that no matter how advanced the machine, the responsibility remains ours. We built the mind, but we must also bear its weight. And perhaps that is the ultimate paradox. We dreamed of creating intelligence to escape our burdens, but in doing so, we created a burden greater than any before. Connectivity isolation effect. We live in an age where connection is everywhere. At any given moment, with just a tap, we can reach across the globe. Messages arrive instantly, video calls collapse distance, and notifications remind us that we are never alone in the digital sense. On the surface, this should be the golden age of human connection, the era where loneliness has finally been defeated by technology. Yet the irony is undeniable. The more connected we become through screens, the more isolated we often feel in our physical lives. This is the connectivity isolation effect, the strange paradox where being constantly plugged into the digital world actually reduces our engagement in the real one. Think about it for a moment. When was the last time you sat in a waiting room, on a train, or even in a cafe and started a conversation with a stranger? A generation ago, that was common. People would chat to pass the time, exchange small talk, even form bonds that sometimes lasted a lifetime. But today, our eyes drop immediately to the glowing rectangle in our hand. We scroll, we type, we like, we share, surrounded by people, yet completely cut off from them. The device that promises connection quietly steals the possibility of face-to-face human interaction. Psychologists have long studied what happens when humans replace real-world interaction with digital substitutes. The brain is wired for connection, but it does not treat all forms of connection equally. A text message or a like on social media gives a small spark of dopamine, but it lacks the richness of body language, eye contact, tone of voice, the subtle warmth of another person's presence. Over time, the brain becomes conditioned to settle for the easy, shallow form of digital interaction instead of the deeper, more nourishing one. It's like surviving on fast food. You're full, but not fulfilled. Consider friendships today. Many people have hundreds, even thousands of friends or followers. But how many of those would actually show up if tragedy struck? How many would sit by your side in a hospital room, or help you move houses, or listen when you are falling apart? The illusion of endless connection masks the reality of shallow bonds. And because we feel surrounded by digital noise, we become less likely to reach out physically, less motivated to meet in person, less willing to risk the vulnerability that true intimacy requires. The effect doesn't just touch individuals, it reshapes entire societies. Walk into a family dinner, and notice how often silence fills the room, each member absorbed in their own device. Step into a park, and notice parents scrolling instead of watching their children play. Look at young couples sitting together at restaurants, both staring at screens instead of each other. These scenes are not rare, they are the new normal. And while we are technically connected to the world, we are disconnected from the people right beside us. There is a growing body of research showing that this constant connectivity actually erodes social skills. Children who grow up with screens in hand struggle more with reading facial expressions and understanding emotional cues. Teenagers report higher levels of loneliness, despite being more connected than any generation before them. Adults find it harder to maintain deep friendships, often replacing them with online interactions that feel safer, less demanding, but ultimately emptier. The connectivity isolation effect doesn't just create loneliness, it normalizes it. The consequences can be devastating. Loneliness is not just an emotional state, it's a health crisis. Studies have shown that chronic loneliness can be as harmful to physical health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. It weakens the immune system, raises stress hormones, and increases the risk of depression, anxiety, and even premature death. Ironically, the very tools meant to keep us close may be driving us into an epidemic of silent suffering. Let's imagine a young professional as an example. Every morning, before even getting out of bed, they check emails, respond to messages, scroll through social feeds. They spend the workday communicating through chat apps and video calls. By the time evening arrives, they feel drained. When an old friend suggests meeting for dinner, the thought of more interaction feels exhausting. So they decline, convincing themselves that a few texts or likes will keep the friendship alive. But deep down, something is missing. Over time, the dinners don't happen, the friendship grows cold, and the isolation deepens, even though the notifications never stop coming. Or consider the teenager lying awake at night, endlessly scrolling through a feed of curated lives. Surrounded by thousands of digital friends, they feel excluded, unseen, unwanted. They don't pick up the phone to call anyone because it feels unnatural now. Direct conversation has been replaced by emojis and filters. The result is a silent generation that knows everything about each other's highlights, but very little about each other's hearts. The connectivity isolation effect also rewires our priorities. We begin valuing digital validation over real-world presence. Instead of enjoying a concert fully, we record it for social media. Instead of engaging with people in the room, we chase likes from strangers online. Our lives become less about living and more about performing. And as we perform, we forget how to simply be, with others, with ourselves, in the real and unfiltered world. But perhaps the most dangerous part is that this isolation hides beneath the illusion of connection. If we were truly alone, we would feel the hunger for company. But because we are constantly bombarded with digital interaction, that hunger is dulled. We feel busy, in touch, engaged, yet the deeper needs for belonging and intimacy remain unmet. It is a quiet erosion, one that sneaks up unnoticed until we suddenly realize that we have plenty of contacts, but very few companions. The challenge, then, is not simply to disconnect from technology, but to remember the irreplaceable value of real human presence. To reclaim the art of conversation, the patience of listening, the courage of vulnerability. It means resisting the reflex to reach for the phone when silence appears, and instead leaning into that silence with another person. It means choosing depth over speed, presence over distraction, reality over illusion. The connectivity isolation effect is not destiny. It is a choice disguised as convenience. Technology is not the enemy, but our dependence on it can quietly transform our lives into a digital cage. True connection is not measured in notifications or followers, but in the rare and precious moments when two human beings share space, share time, and share truth. And in a world drowning in noise, the simple act of being fully present with another person may be the most radical rebellion of all. Search engine blindness. There is a hidden blindness spreading across the modern world, and it lives in the very tool we use to see. Search engines were built as gateways to knowledge, the miracle that promised to place the wisdom of the entire human race at our fingertips. But the more powerful these engines become, the more they quietly shape what we see, what we believe, and ultimately what we know. And in that subtle shift, something dangerous happens. We stop thinking beyond the top results. We fall into search engine blindness. At first, it feels like liberation. Instead of hours in dusty libraries, instead of endless flipping through indexes, we type a question and answers appear instantly. We can summon definitions, histories, scientific explanations, opinions, all within seconds. The search bar becomes an oracle. But the human brain is not built for infinite choice, and so it adapts. It learns to trust the first answers it sees. The top link, the first page, the highlighted snippet, these become reality. We rarely scroll further, rarely ask if what we're shown is the whole truth. Over time, we forget that search engines do not just show us information. They filter it, rank it, decide what we see first. Think about it. How often do you go past the first page of results? For most people, almost never. Studies show that more than 90% of users click only what appears on the first screen. That means our knowledge, our decisions, even our beliefs are shaped not by the totality of human knowledge, but by the handful of results an algorithm deems most relevant, most profitable, or most clickable. We think we are choosing freely, but in reality, we are confined to a tiny slice of information dressed as the whole picture. Consider how this blindness warps daily life. A student researching a paper might click the top article and treat it as fact, never realizing that deeper, more nuanced sources lie buried on later pages. A patient searching symptoms trusts the first health blog that appears, not knowing that medical studies buried further down might contradict it. A voter looking for political information consumes only the headlines that rank highest, often determined by popularity or advertising, not accuracy. In each case, the search engine is not just answering the question, it is shaping the conclusion. This blindness is reinforced by the illusion of neutrality. We imagine search engines as unbiased windows, showing us the world as it is. But every result is ranked by hidden formulas, algorithms that weigh words, clicks, popularity, and countless invisible factors. These formulas decide which truth rises to the top and which truth is buried. The danger is not only that some information is harder to find, but that we forget to even ask what is missing. The trap deepens when convenience meets psychology. The human brain is wired for cognitive ease. It prefers the path of least resistance. When the answer is presented instantly, the brain rewards itself with relief, with certainty. But real understanding requires struggle, comparison, questioning. Search engines quietly remove that struggle, and in doing so, they weaken our muscles of inquiry. Why dig deeper when the answer is already there? Why think critically when the snippet already tells you what you want to know? Over time, curiosity atrophies. The habit of investigation fades. We stop searching the world. We only search the engine. This blindness is not limited to individuals. Entire cultures bend beneath it. Companies rise or fall based on whether they appear at the top of a search. News stories spread or vanish depending on their visibility. Even history itself is rewritten in real time, because the most clicked version of events slowly becomes the dominant one. It is not truth that survives, it is relevance. The old saying that history is written by the victors now takes a new form. History is written by the algorithms. There is a chilling example in how conspiracy theories spread online. A person curious about a topic may type a simple question, only to be led down a trail of ranked results that reinforce the same narrative. Each click reshapes the algorithm's understanding of their interest, feeding them more of what they already clicked. The result is a spiral where the top results confirm the very bias that began the search. In this way, blindness becomes not just ignorance, but active distortion. We think we are discovering truth, but often we are being funneled into echo chambers designed by code. And yet, the blindness is almost invisible because it feels so natural. No one forces us to stop at the first answer. No one forbids us from scrolling further. But our minds adapt to shortcuts. What begins as efficiency becomes dependence, and what becomes dependence soon becomes limitation. Imagine a generation raised on instant answers, who no longer know how to seek knowledge beyond what is handed to them. What happens when the engines fail? What happens when the results are corrupted, manipulated, or censored? A society that cannot see beyond the first page will be left unable to think beyond it either. The tragedy is that we mistake speed for wisdom. We believe that because we have access to more information than any generation before us, we must therefore be more informed. But the opposite often proves true. The flood of information overwhelms, so we cling to the top results like lifeboats. We confuse what is most visible with what is most valuable. In this blindness, we lose the art of questioning, the discipline of searching, the patience of digging for truth. The danger of search engine blindness is not that machines are hiding knowledge from us. The danger is that we are slowly forgetting how to look for it ourselves. We are surrendering the responsibility of inquiry to a machine that was never built to be neutral, never built to be human, never built to replace the act of thinking. And once that surrender becomes complete, once we forget the skill of seeking truth, we may never realize what we've lost, because we will not even know to search for it. That is the paradox of search engine blindness. In our quest to know everything instantly, we risk understanding nothing deeply. The more powerful the engine becomes, the more blind we grow to the world beyond its results. And one day, if we are not careful, we may look into that endless window of information and discover that we have forgotten how to see at all. Data abundance paralysis. We live in a world drowning in data. Every second, more information is created than entire civilizations once produced in centuries. News updates flash across our screens by the minute. Social media feeds never end. Charts, studies, metrics, analytics, streams of numbers and facts flow endlessly into our lives. In theory, this should be the age of clarity. We have more knowledge at our fingertips than kings, emperors, and scientists of the past could have ever imagined. Decisions, we are told, should be easier. The truth should be clearer. Progress should be inevitable. But in reality, the opposite has happened. Instead of clarity, we find confusion. Instead of certainty, paralysis. This is the paradox of data abundance. The more information we have, the harder it becomes to decide what to do with it. Think about the simple act of buying something online. Decades ago, your choices were limited. You went to a store, asked a clerk, compared a handful of options, and made your purchase. Today, a single search for a laptop, a phone, even a pair of headphones, can give you hundreds, even thousands of options. Endless reviews, ratings, detailed comparisons, technical specifications, expert breakdowns. It feels empowering at first. You're informed, you're in control. But the deeper you go, the harder it gets. One review says it's flawless, another says it's a disaster. One expert praises the battery life, another claims it fails after a year. You spend hours reading, scrolling, weighing details, and instead of feeling certain, you feel trapped. What should have been a simple decision now becomes a burden, a fog of doubt created not by lack of knowledge, but by its excess. The same dynamic plays out in bigger, more important choices. Think of someone researching their health. One symptom sends them to the internet, where a tidal wave of results appear. Articles, forums, videos, studies, all claiming different truths. Some say the symptom is harmless. Others insist it signals something deadly. One study proves one conclusion, another disproves it entirely. Instead of clarity, the person is left anxious, overwhelmed, unsure of what to trust. They may even avoid seeing a doctor because they are paralyzed by the weight of conflicting data. Knowledge, once meant to empower, now chains them in fear. Data abundance does not just confuse individuals, it can cripple entire organizations. Companies today collect mountains of data on customer behavior, market trends, internal operations. In theory, this data should make strategy more precise, more scientific. But when executives sit in a boardroom, they are buried under dashboards, reports, metrics that contradict each other. One dataset suggests one strategy, another suggests the opposite. Every decision is delayed by endless analysis. Entire teams waste months sifting through numbers, waiting for absolute certainty that never comes. This is the phenomenon known as analysis paralysis, when action is frozen because the search for perfect clarity never ends. In the meantime, opportunities vanish, competitors move ahead, and the abundance of information ironically leads to stagnation. Governments are no different. Policymakers are flooded with intelligence reports, economic forecasts, expert testimonies, public surveys, and international data. In an age of crisis, whether it's a pandemic, a financial collapse, or climate change, the sheer weight of conflicting information often delays action. Leaders fear making the wrong move, so they make no move at all, or they shift course endlessly, paralyzed by the impossibility of certainty. The abundance of data does not strengthen leadership, it undermines it. History is filled with examples of nations that hesitated too long, not because they lacked information, but because they had too much of it, pulling them in every possible direction. The paradox is psychological as well. The human brain did not evolve to handle infinite choices or endless streams of data. We evolved in scarcity. Our ancestors made decisions quickly, often with limited knowledge, because survival demanded it. Is that berry poisonous? Is that path safe? There was no time to compare 50 possibilities. But now, with unlimited information, our minds buckle under the pressure. We second-guess. We fear missing the better option. We replay scenarios in our heads endlessly, convinced that one more piece of data will deliver certainty. But certainty never comes. Instead, we exhaust ourselves in cycles of indecision, mistaking motion for progress while standing still. Think about modern relationships. Dating apps give us access to thousands of profiles. In theory, this should increase our chances of finding a partner. Yet studies show it often does the opposite. With so many choices, people hesitate. They swipe endlessly, compare endlessly, always waiting for the perfect match. Decisions are delayed, connections dissolve, and people remain lonely, not for lack of options, but because too many options make commitment harder. The same principle applies everywhere. Abundance breeds hesitation, not satisfaction. And here lies the cruel irony. We believe data protects us from mistakes. That with enough information, we can avoid regret. But too much information creates a different kind of regret, the regret of never acting, of missing out, of drowning in possibilities while time slips away. The safety net becomes a trap. The more we seek perfect knowledge, the more we ensure we will never act at all. This paradox shapes every aspect of modern life. Investors chase endless charts and forecasts, yet hesitate to make moves until opportunities vanish. Students research endlessly about careers, universities, and paths, only to delay decisions until doors close. Families searching for a place to live spend months comparing neighborhoods, reviews, statistics, unable to settle. In each case, the flood of data creates not freedom, but fear. Not empowerment, but paralysis. And yet, the solution is not to abandon information. Knowledge still matters. But perhaps the wisdom lies in knowing when to stop. In recognizing that no amount of data can erase uncertainty completely. That clarity comes not from consuming everything, but from choosing enough. Acting with incomplete knowledge is not weakness, it is the essence of human strength. Because in the end, decisions shape life not by being perfect, but by being made. Data abundance paralysis is not just a technological problem. It is a mirror held up to human nature. A reminder that more is not always better. That clarity comes not from drowning in possibilities, but from daring to step forward, even when the path is clouded. The paradox will not vanish. The world will only grow noisier, data will only grow denser. But those who learn to act amidst the flood, to decide without certainty, will carry an advantage that no algorithm, no dataset, no endless feed can ever replicate. Control loss through control. Imagine for a moment that you are in control of a massive, intricate machine. Every dial, every lever, every button responds to your touch. The more you adjust, the more precise it becomes. You tell yourself this is mastery, this is power, this is safety. But somewhere along the line, something strange happens. The tighter you grip the system, the more unstable it becomes. The more finely you tune it, the more fragile it grows. What once felt like control begins to slip away in the most unexpected moments, not because you failed, but because you controlled it too much. This is the paradox of control loss through control, the unsettling reality that hyper-optimization creates the conditions for failure. Consider the airplane. Modern jets are miracles of engineering, loaded with redundant systems and finely tuned automation. Pilots rely on autopilot, computer-assisted stabilization, and advanced flight software that manages thousands of variables per second. These systems are designed to prevent disaster, but history has shown that when an unexpected edge case emerges, like unusual weather conditions, conflicting sensor inputs, or a software glitch, The very systems designed for control can spiral unpredictably. Pilots suddenly face machines they no longer fully understand. The human operator, having grown accustomed to automation, struggles to override the complexity. The tighter the system was tuned for efficiency, the less room it left for resilience. Think of financial markets. Over decades, traders built models to control risk. They used algorithms to stabilize portfolios, to predict movements, to eliminate human error. Each layer of control added new sophistication, new rules, new precision. And yet, history is filled with crashes triggered not by human panic, but by algorithms spiraling out of control in scenarios their designers never imagined. Tiny misalignments, rare events, or cascading feedback loops sent markets tumbling. The more control they imposed on risk, the more vulnerable they became to unpredictability at the edges. This paradox shows up in daily life too. Imagine a parent who wants to protect their child from every possible danger. They schedule every moment, restrict every risk, fine-tune every experience. At first, this looks like care and safety. But as the child grows, the lack of unpredictability leaves them unprepared for real challenges. The over-controlled environment creates fragility. The very act of protection becomes the seed of unpreparedness. Or think about software design. Developers chase perfection, eliminating bugs, tightening performance, making code hyper-efficient. But systems pushed too far toward optimization often behave strangely when given input outside the expected range. The smallest irregularity, an unusual file, an unexpected command, a rare user behavior, can trigger catastrophic failure. Over-engineering robs systems of adaptability. In trying to eliminate unpredictability, it builds unpredictability into the very fabric of the system. The psychological effect is just as powerful. A person obsessed with controlling their environment, organizing every detail, planning every moment, mapping every outcome, often finds themselves breaking down when the slightest deviation occurs. The plan collapses because it allowed no space for chaos. The more control they tried to enforce, the more brittle their life became. Real resilience isn't in total control, but in flexibility. Yet control-driven minds often mistake rigidity for strength. Why does this happen? Because complex systems thrive not on perfection, but on margins. Nature itself works this way. Forests are resilient not because every tree is controlled, but because diversity and randomness create balance. Ecosystems adapt precisely because they are not optimized to a single state, they can bend without breaking. But when humans impose layers of control, we remove that flexibility. We trade adaptability for precision, not realizing that precision cracks when reality refuses to fit our expectations. The irony is sharp. The more we tune, the more we trap ourselves. Each attempt to eliminate risk narrows the system's ability to handle the unknown. Each effort to lock down chaos only creates new ways for chaos to emerge. This is why airplanes stall in rare conditions, why markets crash from improbable triggers, why lives collapse under micromanagement. The edge cases are not accidents, they are inevitabilities born from our obsession with control. The lesson here is humbling. Control is not the same as safety. Precision is not the same as stability. The tighter you grip a system, the more fragile it becomes. True mastery is not about eliminating unpredictability, but about designing space for it, knowing that chaos is not the enemy, but the teacher. In a world built on control, perhaps the deepest wisdom is to let go just enough to allow resilience to exist. Because the greatest loss of control comes not from too little of it, but from demanding too much. Surveillance vulnerability gap. We live in a world where surveillance has become the heartbeat of modern security. Cameras on every street corner, biometric scanners in airports, digital monitoring in workplaces, and data collection across the internet all promise us one thing: safety. The logic seems simple. If we watch everything, we can control everything. If we monitor every corner, no threat can go unseen. But beneath this promise hides a dangerous paradox. The more we build surveillance systems to keep us safe, the more vulnerable we become to those who know how to exploit them. This is the surveillance vulnerability gap. Imagine a massive network of security cameras spanning an entire city. On the surface, it looks like a fortress of vigilance. But every camera, every wire, every storage system becomes a potential target. Hackers don't need to break into a bank anymore. They can simply infiltrate the camera system, disable alarms, and watch guards in real time. What was supposed to increase protection now hands criminals the master key. By trying to eliminate blind spots, we create new weaknesses. The same paradox unfolds online. Companies install advanced monitoring tools to protect against cyber attacks. Firewalls log activity, intrusion detection systems analyze traffic, and monitoring dashboards record every movement of data. But here's the twist. All of those logs, dashboards, and monitoring consoles are themselves high-value targets. If a hacker gains access, they don't just see a piece of the puzzle, they see the entire map. They can watch security teams in real time, anticipate defenses, and move undetected. The very tools meant to defend us become weapons for those who breach them. Think of personal surveillance through smart devices. Our phones track location, our cars record driving behavior, our homes are filled with smart speakers and connected cameras. Each device was designed for convenience and security. Find your lost phone, record intruders at the door, monitor your home remotely. But every microphone and camera is also a doorway. Hackers exploit them to spy, steal, and manipulate. The more devices we add, the more doors we open. Instead of fewer vulnerabilities, we multiply them in the name of protection. Consider governments and mass surveillance. Intelligence agencies often argue that tracking more data helps stop terrorism and crime. Yet history has shown that massive data collection systems are irresistible targets not just for foreign adversaries, but for insiders and rogue actors. Leaks from whistleblowers have revealed how vast amounts of surveillance data were exposed, data that was supposed to be locked down under the highest security. When surveillance grows too big, it doesn't just protect the public, it paints a giant bullseye on itself. And this isn't just about data. Physical surveillance creates its own risks. Airports, for example, deploy biometric scanning to prevent identity fraud. But what happens when the databases storing millions of face scans or fingerprints are hacked? Unlike a password, you can't change your face. You can't replace your fingerprints. Surveillance doesn't just monitor identity. It captures it, freezes it, and makes it permanently vulnerable once stolen. A breach is not just a momentary failure, it's a lifelong compromise. This is the heart of the surveillance vulnerability gap. Every layer of monitoring adds complexity. Every layer of complexity creates more entry points for exploitation. Hackers thrive on this complexity because one weak link is all it takes. And the irony is brutal. The bigger and smarter the surveillance system, the greater the reward for breaking into it. A single breach doesn't just expose one target, it exposes thousands, sometimes millions, all at once. We see this in corporate breaches. A single hacked security vendor can cascade into hundreds of compromised clients. Surveillance platforms used to monitor networks become the backdoor hackers exploit to invade banks, hospitals, and governments simultaneously. What was designed to centralize protection becomes a single point of catastrophic failure. The fatigue of this problem extends beyond technology. It becomes psychological. People begin to assume that because they are being monitored, they are safe. But false security breeds carelessness. Employees ignore small warnings, citizens relax their vigilance, organizations assume the system has everything under control. And that complacency creates the perfect opening for attackers. Surveillance doesn't just create technical vulnerabilities, it creates human vulnerabilities by making us trust what should always be questioned. Think of how burglars operate in neighborhoods with heavy surveillance. They don't always avoid them. Sometimes they study them. They learn blind spots, timing patterns, and camera rotations. Surveillance provides them with a map of exactly what to avoid. What was meant to be a shield becomes an instruction manual for intrusion. The deeper danger is that surveillance is infinite. Once you start, you cannot stop. One camera demands another to cover its blind spot. One monitoring system requires a second to monitor the first. And soon, we create a spiraling labyrinth of oversight, each layer more complex and more vulnerable than the last. Hackers don't have to attack everything. They just have to wait for us to trip over our own tangled web. So where does this leave us? Surveillance is not going away. In fact, it will only grow. Smarter cameras, deeper biometric scans, more interconnected networks of monitoring. But every expansion brings the same paradox. We protect ourselves by watching more, yet in watching more, we expose more. The gap widens, and the cycle repeats. The surveillance vulnerability gap is not just about hackers or technology. It is about the illusion of control. We believe that by monitoring everything, we can master chaos. But surveillance does not eliminate risk, it concentrates it. It doesn't erase blind spots, it moves them. And when those blind spots are discovered, the fall is far greater than before. Perhaps the most unsettling truth is this: the act of watching creates its own dangers. Every camera, every database, every logbook is both a shield and a target. And in chasing absolute safety, we may be building the very weaknesses that undo us. The more tightly we try to grip control, the more fragile that control becomes. And maybe, in the end, the question is not whether surveillance keeps us safe, but whether the price of that safety is building the very vulnerabilities that will one day break it. Update regression loop. Every time we see the little pop-up on our screen, "Update available," we assume progress. We assume the new version will be better, smoother, safer, and more efficient than the last. Updates promise fixes, improvements, and protection. But hidden in that cycle is a strange and frustrating paradox: the update regression loop. It is the phenomenon where software updates, meant to fix existing problems, end up reintroducing old ones. In other words, progress comes full circle, and the ghosts of past bugs return to haunt us. Imagine this: you download an update that promises to fix a battery drain issue on your phone. At first, everything seems fine. But days later, you notice your Wi-Fi drops randomly, an issue you vaguely remember struggling with a year ago. Or you update your favorite app to fix crashes, only to discover that a feature you loved no longer works, or worse, an old glitch has resurfaced like a zombie crawling out of the digital grave. The cycle repeats itself endlessly. Bugs are patched, old ones come back, new ones emerge, and the update cycle feels less like a staircase of progress and more like a treadmill that never lets you off. This loop happens because software is not a simple, linear creation. It is a sprawling web of interconnected code. Changing one line to fix an error can ripple unpredictably through the system, breaking something that was working perfectly before. Developers know this, which is why software testing exists. But even with layers of checks, no test can simulate every possible real-world condition. So when the update reaches millions of devices, unexpected problems are almost guaranteed to appear. The irony is brutal. In the attempt to make systems more reliable, updates can sometimes erode that very reliability. Think about the infamous case of Windows updates over the years. Countless users have shared stories of updating their system, only to find their printers no longer work, their audio vanishes, or their computer refuses to boot entirely. Microsoft fixes one issue, but inadvertently triggers another, sometimes reawakening bugs that were supposedly killed long ago. Or look at video game patches. Players often joke that every patch notes section might as well read, "Fixed some bugs, added some bugs back." It's not just a technical flaw, it's become a cultural expectation. The update regression loop is not limited to operating systems or games. It touches every corner of the digital world. Apps that constantly change their interfaces in pursuit of improvement often remove beloved features, frustrating loyal users. Security updates sometimes break compatibility with older hardware or software, forcing people into upgrades they didn't want. Even critical systems like banking apps, medical devices, and government platforms fall prey to this cycle. In fact, when software controls lives, these regressions can have serious consequences. Imagine a hospital device that suddenly malfunctions after an update, or a navigation system that reintroduces an old error that misguides drivers. These aren't just inconveniences, they can be life-threatening. But why does this cycle persist? At its root lies the complexity of modern technology. Software is built upon layers and layers of old code. Beneath every new update lies a foundation written years, sometimes decades, earlier. Developers often inherit codebases filled with patches, shortcuts, and legacy quirks. Fixing one problem without disturbing the fragile balance of the whole system is like trying to replace a single brick in a crumbling wall without making the structure collapse. The result is that updates rarely bring only progress. They bring trade-offs, hidden costs, and the constant risk of regression. There is also the pressure of speed. In today's world, companies are expected to release updates constantly. Security flaws must be patched immediately, features must evolve to keep up with competition, and users demand fresh improvements at an ever faster pace. But this relentless cycle means less time for deep testing, less room for caution. Updates get pushed out quickly, sometimes prematurely, and the cracks appear later, when users are already living with the consequences. The demand for innovation creates instability, and the stability we crave becomes a casualty of the race for progress. What makes the update regression loop so maddening is its psychological effect. Users learn to distrust updates. Instead of feeling reassured when they see a new patch available, many feel anxious. What will this break? Some even delay updates for weeks or months, waiting for others to discover the problems first. The cycle erodes confidence not only in the software itself, but in the very idea of progress. What should be a path forward feels like a wheel spinning in place. Yet, hidden inside this frustration, there is also a lesson about technology as a whole. The update regression loop reveals a truth we often ignore. Progress is rarely clean or linear. Every step forward can reawaken old flaws. Every innovation carries echoes of the past. And every attempt to perfect complex systems reminds us how fragile they really are. In some ways, the loop is not just a software issue, it is a reflection of human progress itself. Consider history. Nations, societies, and cultures often repeat mistakes they thought they had overcome. Economies cycle through booms and crashes. Political systems swing back to problems thought long solved. Just like in software, the old issues never vanish completely. They lie dormant, waiting for the right conditions to return. The update regression loop in code mirrors the regression loops of human civilization. The past always finds a way to re-enter the present, reminding us that no fix is ever final. So what can we do? As users, we must understand the paradox without surrendering to it. Updates remain necessary. Without them, vulnerabilities would multiply, and technology would collapse under its own flaws. But we must also demand more from the companies that design our tools. More testing, more transparency, more honesty about what is being fixed and what risks may come with it. And on a personal level, we must accept that no digital system is perfect, and that every promise of progress comes with shadows attached. The update regression loop is not a temporary annoyance. It is the natural side effect of building ever more complex systems. As long as we live in a world run by code, we will live in a world where old problems return disguised as new ones. The ghosts of bugs past will always linger, waiting to slip through the cracks. Progress will continue, but it will never be a straight line. The question is not whether the loop can be broken. It is whether we can learn to live with it, adapt to it, and remember that even in technology, history has a way of repeating itself. Integration fragmentation effect. There is a strange irony hidden in the way we build our modern world. We are told that progress comes from integration, that by combining systems, linking platforms, and uniting technologies, we can create a seamless, efficient, and unstoppable force. The dream is seductive, a world where everything connects, where one system flows into another, where nothing stands alone. But beneath this dream lies a paradox. The more systems we integrate, the more fragile they become. The more connections we build, the more points of failure appear. This is the integration fragmentation effect. It begins innocently. A company adopts one piece of software to manage its tasks. Then it connects that software to another, an email system, a payment gateway, a scheduling tool. At first, the integration feels like progress. Each system speaks to the other. Data flows smoothly. Work feels effortless. But then, one day, a tiny update breaks the connection. A small incompatibility between versions causes delays, errors, confusion. What was meant to be seamless suddenly becomes a mess of mismatched parts. The more integrated the system, the more fragile it has become. We see this everywhere. Think about your smartphone. It is not one device, but dozens of systems crammed into one shell. A camera, a GPS, a messaging platform, a payment device, a health tracker, a digital assistant. Each update tries to keep all these functions in harmony, but often, one fix breaks another. A camera app crashes after a software patch. A new version of the operating system makes an older app unusable. A security update locks out features that once worked perfectly. The more functions we integrate into the phone, the more points of failure emerge. Consider the modern car. Vehicles today are no longer just engines and wheels, they are networks on wheels, with hundreds of sensors, chips, and software integrations. They connect to satellites, to Wi-Fi, to onboard computers that control everything from braking to entertainment. And yet, this integration makes them more vulnerable. A single sensor malfunction can disable entire systems. Hackers can exploit one weak connection to compromise the whole vehicle. A glitch in the navigation system can cascade into failures elsewhere. The promise of integration is safety and intelligence. But the reality is a growing web of fragility. The effect is not only technological, it is organizational. Businesses often integrate their supply chains across nations, binding together producers, shippers, retailers, and data systems into one vast network. On paper, it looks efficient. In practice, it becomes fragile. A delay at one port, a disruption at one factory, a single broken link in the chain can paralyze the entire system. We saw this vividly during the global pandemic, when the integration of supply networks revealed its dark side. One missing component, one blocked shipping lane, and entire industries froze. The more tightly woven the systems, the more catastrophic the unraveling. Even in human systems, the pattern repeats. Societies try to integrate cultures, languages, laws, and economies, believing that unity will create strength. And often it does, until conflict or stress arrives. Then the very connections meant to unify can become fault lines. The European Union, for example, thrives on integration, but that same integration makes it vulnerable to fragmentation when political, economic, or cultural strains appear. A problem in one nation ripples into all the others, because the systems are no longer independent. Integration multiplies fragility. Why does this happen? The answer lies in complexity. Each time two systems are joined, new variables appear. Each variable is a potential failure. As complexity grows, it becomes impossible to anticipate every interaction. What seems efficient in isolation becomes unstable in combination. A machine with 10 moving parts may be reliable. A machine with 10,000 parts is almost guaranteed to break somewhere. And when everything is connected, one small break is never isolated. It cascades. It spreads. It multiplies. The most chilling example may be the Internet itself. It was built as an integrated network of networks, designed to connect everything and everyone. And it has succeeded, so well that now nearly every part of our lives depends on it. But that very integration creates unprecedented fragility. A cyber attack on a single service provider can disrupt entire nations. A failure at one data center can take down thousands of businesses. Even small glitches, like a certificate expiring or a routing error, can ripple through the web, collapsing major platforms. The more integrated the system, the more total the collapse when it fails. This is the heart of the integration fragmentation effect. What looks like unity from a distance is actually a web of hidden fractures. Each link adds strength and weakness at the same time. Each integration offers convenience but also introduces incompatibility. And as we rush to connect more, we rarely stop to ask how much fragility we are building beneath the surface. Imagine a future of smart homes. Every light, lock, and appliance is integrated into a central system. The dream is effortless living, voice commands, automation, total control. But what happens when the hub fails? What happens when one update makes old devices incompatible? Suddenly, your house is not more secure, but less. You cannot open your door because the app has crashed. You cannot turn on your lights because the hub is offline. Integration turns into fragmentation the moment a single point fails. The paradox is cruel. We integrate to reduce problems, but integration often multiplies them. We connect systems to create harmony, but connections create tension. The dream of seamlessness hides the truth of brittleness. And yet, we continue, because the convenience is intoxicating. We would rather risk collapse tomorrow than endure inconvenience today. The danger is not just technical. It is psychological. The more integrated systems become, the more humans lose their ability to function without them. If a worker depends on a dozen linked platforms to do their job, they become helpless the moment one fails. If a society depends on tightly connected global supply chains, it panics when one link snaps. Integration does not just fragment systems. It fragments resilience. And this is the haunting lesson. The more we weave our world into one seamless system, the closer we move to a world where a single break can unravel everything. The integration fragmentation effect is not an abstract theory. It is the reality of every device, every network, every institution we depend on. We are building not just connections, but vulnerabilities. We are constructing not just progress, but fragility. And so the question remains, how much integration can a civilization endure before the fractures overtake the framework? How many systems can we combine before we discover that what we built was not a web of strength, but a net waiting to tear? The integration fragmentation effect is the reminder that complexity has a cost, that sometimes unity breeds weakness, and that in the pursuit of seamlessness, we may be quietly stitching together the seams of our own undoing. Digital authenticity illusion. We live in an era where seeing is no longer believing. Once, an image was a fragment of truth. A photograph was evidence, a recording was proof, a video was reality captured in motion. Today, technology has sharpened our ability to capture the world with breathtaking clarity. Cameras in our pockets rival professional equipment of the past. Every detail can be enhanced, every color perfected, every frame stabilized until reality looks sharper than life itself. But hidden in this progress is a dark paradox. The sharper the images become, the less we can trust them. The line between the real and the fabricated has blurred so deeply that authenticity itself has become an illusion. Think about photography a century ago. Grainy black and white images carried weight because they were difficult to manipulate. To see someone in a photo was to believe they were truly there. A photograph was trusted as historical record, as truth frozen in time. But now, with tools available to anyone, an image can be transformed in seconds. Backgrounds replaced, faces altered, entire objects inserted or erased as though they never existed. What once required expertise in studios now requires only a phone app. Authenticity has not been strengthened by sharper images. It has been weakened by how easily those images can be forged. Deepfakes take this to another level. Artificial intelligence can now generate videos of people speaking words they never said, moving in ways they never moved, living lives they never lived. At first glance, the footage looks flawless. A celebrity endorsing a product they've never seen. A politician admitting to crimes they never committed. A loved one leaving a message they never recorded. And the scariest part is not just that these fabrications exist, but that they are convincing enough to erode trust completely. When anything can be faked, everything becomes questionable. The very evidence that was once undeniable is now vulnerable to doubt. The illusion grows stronger because technology itself feeds it. Social media filters, beauty apps, augmented reality, all blur the line between reality and fantasy in everyday life. A selfie is rarely just a selfie anymore. It is enhanced, brightened, smoothed, edited until even the person in the picture barely resembles the one behind the camera. Over time, this distortion reshapes not just how others see us, but how we see ourselves. Authenticity is consumed by performance. And the performance is indistinguishable from what is real. Consider the courtroom, where truth is supposed to be established through evidence. In the past, a photograph or video could decide the outcome of a trial. But what happens in a world where lawyers can argue that any incriminating footage might be fabricated? Where victims must prove not only that something happened, but that their evidence has not been digitally manipulated. Justice itself becomes fragile in the face of digital illusions. Trust is not destroyed outright. It decays slowly, replaced by suspicion. Even journalism, the backbone of truth in society, suffers from this illusion. Images from war zones, protests, or disasters once served as undeniable proof of reality. But now, fabricated footage can spread online faster than real evidence. A single convincing fake can distort public opinion, ignite anger, or spark conflict before the truth has time to surface. And once doubt is seeded, even real images lose their power. People ask, but how do we know this isn't fake? In this way, the very tools that sharpen clarity also sharpen deception. The illusion is not confined to images of others. It reaches into our personal lives as well. Scammers now use deepfake audio and video to impersonate family members, tricking people into sending money or revealing sensitive information. A voice call that sounds exactly like your loved one might not be them at all. A video chat that looks like your colleague may be nothing more than code generating pixels in real time. The most intimate bonds of trust, family, friendship, love, are shaken when technology can so perfectly imitate them. And here lies the terrifying irony. The pursuit of sharper images, clearer sound, and more lifelike digital creations was meant to bring us closer to reality, to capture life as it truly is. But in achieving that goal, we have made reality indistinguishable from illusion. The sharper the detail, the easier it is to fake. The more lifelike the simulation, the less life we can trust. Authenticity becomes a performance that technology can replicate endlessly, until the original truth is drowned in copies. This illusion forces us into a new kind of uncertainty. When you see a video online, do you believe it? When you receive a voice message, do you trust it? When you scroll through images, do you know which are real? And if you cannot trust what you see, what does that mean for society, for justice, for memory itself? Because memory is built on images, and when images lose credibility, even our recollections begin to fracture. History itself becomes malleable when digital forgeries can rewrite the record of yesterday. The danger is not only that fakes exist, but that their existence poisons the real. A genuine confession, a real crime caught on tape, a moment of truth captured forever. These two can be dismissed with the phrase, "It's just a deepfake." Reality is not just threatened by illusion, it is replaced by it. And in that replacement, trust collapses. What remains is not clarity, but a fog of doubt where nothing is certain and everything is suspect. This is the digital authenticity illusion. A world where technology sharpens every detail, but in doing so, makes every detail untrustworthy. Where images grow sharper, but truth grows blurrier. Where proof no longer proves. And the final irony is that we built this illusion ourselves in our pursuit of perfect clarity. Now, we must live in a world where clarity no longer guarantees truth, and where the sharpest picture may hide the deepest lie. Convenience complexity curve. Imagine the elegance of a single tap on your phone. A car arrives at your doorstep. Groceries appear in your cart. A movie streams instantly in high definition. To you, it feels effortless, almost magical. But behind that moment of convenience lies a labyrinth of hidden systems. Algorithms crunching data, servers humming in distant warehouses, logistics networks operating with surgical precision. The paradox is this: the simpler an experience feels on the surface, the more complicated it must become underneath. This is the convenience complexity curve, the hidden cost of designing simplicity. Take streaming video as an example. To the viewer, it's nothing more than pressing play. Within seconds, the film begins. But behind that simple act is a colossal infrastructure. Global content delivery networks distributing files across continents, adaptive bitrate algorithms monitoring your internet speed second by second, compression codecs squeezing data to reduce lag, encryption layers protecting copyright, and AI predicting what you might want to watch next. What feels like simplicity to you is an orchestra of complexity running in the background, constantly balancing speed, quality, and security. Consider ride-hailing apps. To you, it's just entering your location and destination. But under the surface, GPS satellites are triangulating your coordinates, algorithms are matching you with a driver based on proximity, demand, and ratings, dynamic pricing models are recalculating fares in real time, and entire fleets of cars are being coordinated at the scale of entire cities. The illusion of simplicity, just tap a button, is only possible because of an immense network of complexity behind it. This isn't limited to technology. Think about modern kitchens. A microwave makes reheating food a matter of seconds. But for that microwave to exist, an entire supply chain had to converge. Mining rare metals, manufacturing precision circuits, transporting goods across oceans, maintaining safety standards, and delivering to your home. The appliance reduces your work, but only because enormous effort was shifted elsewhere into invisible infrastructures that you rarely think about. And this curve keeps steepening. As consumers demand ever more convenience, faster delivery, easier interfaces, fewer clicks, the complexity behind the curtain explodes. Companies must invest in automation, robotics, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and massive logistics operations, all to make the end-user's experience simpler. Paradoxically, making something easier often requires the hardest work of all, work hidden from view. But here's where the curve becomes dangerous. Complexity always carries risk. A simple hammer has very little that can fail. But a smartphone, designed to make communication effortless, contains billions of transistors, fragile supply chains, and countless layers of software. When something breaks, the user who expected simplicity now faces the weight of hidden complexity, unfixable without experts, vulnerable to outages, dependent on vast systems. The more convenience grows, the more fragile it becomes when cracks appear. We see this in global supply chains. A customer clicks "Buy now" and expects the package to arrive in a day. Behind that expectation lies a web of factories, shipping routes, customs checks, warehouses, sorting centers, and last-mile delivery vans. Each piece must work perfectly. But when a single node collapses, a port closes, a factory halts, a driver shortage strikes, the simplicity for the customer shatters. The hidden complexity becomes visible, and suddenly, what felt easy reveals its true weight. The convenience complexity curve also reshapes power. Whoever manages the complexity controls the convenience. That's why tech giants dominate. They own the servers, the algorithms, the logistics, the patents. They bear the weight of complexity so that billions of users can enjoy simplicity. But this also creates dependence. The user becomes less capable of functioning without the hidden system. When your payment app fails, do you know how to navigate without it? When your map app crashes, can you still find your way? Simplicity breeds reliance, and reliance magnifies vulnerability. Psychologically, this creates a strange blindness. We forget the hidden work behind our tools. We assume the ease is natural, that it just works. But every tap on your screen is a ripple across layers of invisible complexity. And the deeper the curve, the more fragile the illusion. One glitch, one blackout, one systemic failure, and the fragile tower of convenience collapses. This is the paradox we must face. Progress has made life appear simpler, but in truth, life is built upon ever-rising layers of complexity. The more effortless it feels, the more fragile it becomes. The hammer may outlast the smartphone, the paper map may survive the GPS, the handwritten note may endure longer than the cloud server. The simplicity of yesterday carried resilience. The convenience of today carries fragility. The question is not whether we should reject convenience. Modern life depends on it. The question is whether we understand the cost. Every time something feels easier for you, it means someone, or some system, is bearing a massive burden behind the curtain. And when that system falters, the simplicity you trusted vanishes, revealing the tangled web beneath. So the next time you press a button and watch something happen instantly, pause for a moment. Ask yourself, how much hidden complexity is holding up this illusion of ease? And what happens when the curve bends too far, when the complexity becomes so immense that no one can fully control it? Because at that point, convenience will no longer be a gift, it will be a gamble. Signal saturation drop. We live in a time where being connected is not just a luxury but a necessity. From smartphones to laptops, from smart TVs to gaming consoles, from fitness trackers to smart speakers, everything around us is competing for the invisible lifeline of wireless signals. Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, mobile networks, all of these frequencies form the unseen bloodstream of modern life. But here lies a hidden paradox. The more devices we connect, the weaker the connection becomes for everyone. This is the phenomenon of signal saturation drop. Think about a crowded concert arena. Thousands of people pull out their phones at the same time to record, to post, to stream. The air becomes thick with demand. Suddenly, your messages don't send, your videos won't upload, and your calls fail to connect. It's not because your phone is broken, but because the network is drowning. Each device demands its piece of the bandwidth, but there is only so much to go around. Like voices shouting over each other in a small room, the signals collide, overlap, and cancel each other out. What was meant to be smooth connectivity turns into a digital traffic jam. This doesn't just happen in big stadiums. It happens in homes. Imagine a modern smart home where every light bulb, every camera, every thermostat, every speaker is online. At first, the system feels futuristic. You can control everything with your voice or your phone. But slowly, problems appear. The video call freezes, the door camera lags, the music skips. It feels like the future is betraying you. In truth, the problem is saturation. The Wi-Fi router is juggling too many requests, the airwaves too crowded, and each device's signal is stepping on another's toes. The more smart your home becomes, the dumber the experience can feel. We see the same struggle in workplaces. Offices adopt dozens of connected devices, laptops, wireless headsets, security systems, conference tools, all running simultaneously. The result is signal chaos. Meetings drop, audio cuts out, and productivity slows. What was meant to empower workers instead frustrates them. And ironically, the very effort to modernize with more technology ends up weakening the most basic need, a strong, stable connection. The issue is not just about speed, it is about fragility. When too many devices crowd a signal, interference grows. Bluetooth headphones clash with Wi-Fi, smart appliances interfere with one another, and even neighboring networks bleed into the same spectrum. The signal weakens, not because the infrastructure failed, but because demand exceeded its natural limits. In the race to connect everything, we forget that even invisible signals have boundaries. This creates a paradox of dependence. The more we rely on connectivity for everyday life, the more vulnerable we become when the signal collapses. Think about hospitals adopting wireless monitoring systems for patients. If too many devices saturate the signal, critical data might lag or fail. In that moment, lives are not just inconvenienced, they are endangered. What feels like a technical glitch can, in reality, become a matter of survival. Even outside critical systems, the fatigue is real. Students in digital classrooms, families in dense apartment buildings, commuters on crowded trains, all experience the frustration of signals dropping just when they need them most. The very convenience of connection has become its own worst enemy. Every additional device is not just another innovation, it is another competitor in an already saturated field. This is not limited to Wi-Fi. Mobile networks suffer the same fate. Consider New Year's Eve in any major city. At midnight, millions attempt to call or text loved ones simultaneously. The network buckles. The towers are strong, the technology advanced, yet they cannot withstand the sheer saturation of demand. For all our advancements, we remain bound by the physics of limited spectrum. The irony is sharp. Technology promises us infinite connection, yet the reality is scarcity. Every connected device, every smart gadget, every new subscription adds to the invisible weight pressing down on the signal. And the heavier the load, the more fragile the system becomes. It is a classic case of progress eating itself. The very drive to connect more creates the disconnection we fear most. Some argue that solutions like 5G, mesh networks, and advanced routers will solve these issues. And yes, they can ease the strain for a time. But history shows that every increase in capacity is quickly swallowed by new devices, new apps, and new demands. The appetite for connection is endless. The moment a new highway is built, traffic fills it. The moment more spectrum is unlocked, it too becomes saturated. The signal saturation drop teaches us a brutal truth. Connectivity is not infinite, it is fragile. And the more we treat it as limitless, the more often we will face collapse. We are building societies that cannot function without signals, yet we are also building the very conditions that weaken them. It is a digital version of overpopulation, where the crowding itself becomes the disaster. And perhaps the most unsettling part is how invisible it all is. You cannot see the signals crowding, cannot hear the interference, cannot watch the air filling with overlapping frequencies. You only feel it when everything slows, freezes, and fails at the very moment you need it most. Progress promises speed, but saturation delivers silence. So maybe the deeper lesson is this: every connection has a cost. Every device we add to the grid is another voice in the choir, another competitor in the bandwidth race. And as the chorus grows louder, the harmony collapses into noise. The more we connect, the more fragile our connection becomes. The future we are building may not be defined by endless signal strength, but by how gracefully we manage the drop that comes when everything demands connection at once. Information narrowing effect. We live in a time when the entire world is at our fingertips. A single search can pull up centuries of knowledge, thousands of opinions, countless stories, and endless perspectives. The dream of the Internet was simple: open the floodgates of human knowledge and give everyone access to everything. In theory, this should have made us wiser, more open-minded, more capable of seeing the world through different lenses. But the irony is haunting. The more global content we have access to, the narrower our viewpoints often become. This is the information narrowing effect, the strange paradox where unlimited information leads not to broader horizons, but to shrinking ones. Think about how algorithms work. Every time you watch a video, click an article, or like a post, the system learns. It begins predicting what you want to see, curating your feed to match your preferences. At first, this feels convenient. You get more of what you enjoy, less of what you don't. But over time, this customization quietly becomes a cage. Instead of being exposed to the vast diversity of human thought, you are shown only a sliver of it, the sliver the algorithm believes will keep you engaged. What once promised infinite choice now delivers repetition, a constant echo of your own biases fed back to you. Consider social media. If you lean toward one political viewpoint, the algorithm will feed you endless content reinforcing that perspective. If you show interest in one type of diet, or one conspiracy theory, or one style of news reporting, your feed will quickly fill with more of the same. The Internet does not show you the world as it is, it shows you the world as it thinks you want to see it. The result is an invisible funneling of perception. Out of billions of possible perspectives, you are served a narrow stream carefully filtered for maximum engagement. And the tragedy is that most people don't even realize it's happening. This narrowing has real consequences. Instead of broadening our understanding, global connectivity often deepens division. People live inside digital echo chambers, convinced that their view is the dominant or correct one because it's all they ever see. Disagreement feels shocking, even offensive, because the other side's arguments rarely appear in their curated feeds. The promise of unity through information turns into fragmentation, as groups split into smaller and smaller bubbles of thought. We end up not with one global conversation, but with countless parallel monologues, each reinforcing itself and ignoring the rest. Take, for example, the rise of misinformation. Someone stumbles upon a misleading article or video, and by engaging with it, they signal interest. The algorithm responds by suggesting more of the same. Soon, that person is trapped in a loop, where every click takes them deeper into a narrow worldview. Flat Earth theories, anti-science movements, political extremism, they all thrive because once a person dips into the content, the system magnifies it, feeding the illusion that everyone is talking about it. What starts as curiosity becomes conviction, not because the idea is true, but because it is repeated endlessly in a filtered bubble. Even in less extreme cases, the narrowing effect reshapes our minds. Imagine someone fascinated by one culture, one hobby, one ideology. Instead of encountering diverse counterpoints, they find themselves surrounded by endless validation. Their playlist, their news feed, their recommendations, all confirm the same worldview. Slowly, their ability to tolerate opposing ideas weakens. Exposure to difference becomes rare, and when it does appear, it feels hostile. The brain adjusts to the comfort of sameness, mistaking it for truth. What's most disturbing is that the narrowing is not accidental, it is by design. Algorithms are built to maximize attention, because attention drives profit. And human psychology craves familiarity, validation, and emotional intensity. Outrage, affirmation, and controversy keep us engaged far more than balanced nuance ever could. So the system feeds us what keeps us scrolling, even if it means shrinking our worldview. In the process, we become less curious, less tolerant, less capable of true critical thinking. Think of a library. If you walked into the world's largest library and told the librarian your favorite topic, and from then on they only showed you books on that one subject, you'd soon forget that the rest of the library even existed. That is what the Internet has become. The infinite library is still there, but the algorithms act as gatekeepers, guiding you down narrower and narrower aisles, until the illusion of abundance masks a hidden starvation of diversity. The information narrowing effect doesn't just impact individuals, it shapes entire societies. It fuels polarization, amplifies cultural divides, and erodes the common ground needed for collective understanding. If one half of a population lives in one echo chamber and the other half lives in another, dialogue becomes nearly impossible. Both sides believe they are informed, both believe they are seeing reality, but both are living inside curated illusions. The result is not unity through knowledge, but fragmentation through filtering. And yet, perhaps the most dangerous part is the illusion of empowerment. People believe they are making choices freely, that they are consuming content from across the globe. But the truth is that invisible systems are guiding those choices, trimming away diversity, and narrowing their perception without them noticing. This quiet manipulation doesn't feel like control, because it feels like preference. We mistake personalization for freedom, when in reality it is confinement disguised as convenience. So what can be done? Breaking free from the information narrowing effect requires conscious effort. It means deliberately seeking out perspectives we disagree with, reading sources outside our comfort zone, and questioning the patterns of our own consumption. It means remembering that the algorithm is not neutral. It is a mirror that reflects only the parts of the world we already look at, while hiding the rest. To resist narrowing, we must choose discomfort, challenge, and diversity of thought. The paradox of our age is that the greatest access to information in human history has left us vulnerable to the smallest slices of it. We are drowning in data but starving for perspective. The information narrowing effect shows us that abundance without balance is just another form of limitation. And in a world that grows more divided by the day, perhaps the most radical act is to step outside the echo chamber, to look beyond the filter, and to remember that truth is never found in one voice alone, but in the chorus of many. Security breach growth. There is a paradox at the heart of security, one that most people never see until it is too late. It is the strange truth that the stronger our defenses become, the more determined and skilled the attackers who rise to challenge them. This is the security breach growth effect, the reality that security itself is not a wall that keeps danger out, but a signal that invites danger in. Think about a fortress in ancient times. A small village with no walls may not attract much attention. Raiders pass it by, seeing little of value to risk their lives for. But build massive stone walls, raise iron gates, fill it with treasures, and suddenly it becomes a prize worth taking. The wall does not just protect, it announces that something inside is valuable. And once that announcement is made, attackers come not only in greater numbers, but with sharper strategies, better weapons, more persistence. The stronger the defense, the stronger the enemy it summons. In the digital age, this paradox is everywhere. A simple website with no sensitive data may never be touched. But the moment it stores financial information, medical records, or classified secrets, it becomes a beacon for hackers. And the more layers of security it builds, firewalls, encryptions, biometric locks, the more it challenges attackers to break through. To the skilled hacker, a strong defense is not a deterrent. It is an invitation, a test of mastery. The thrill of the breach is heightened by the strength of the barrier. Consider the great cybersecurity battles of the last decade. Major corporations invest billions in securing their networks, hiring experts, building advanced defenses. And yet, the headlines repeat: breaches, leaks, stolen data. Why? Because the investment itself attracts adversaries who see victory as both profitable and prestigious. A small breach against a giant company can make a hacker famous in underground circles. Breaking into the Pentagon or a global bank is not only about money, it is about reputation, power, and pride. The wall draws the siege. The fortress grows taller, and so the enemy builds taller ladders. The effect is not limited to computers. Think about physical security. A jewelry store with no visible protection may seem an easy target, but often thieves hesitate because they assume such a store has nothing worth stealing. But cover the building with cameras, guards, alarms, and steel doors, and suddenly it screams, treasure inside. The defenses themselves advertise the value. In response, criminals bring better tools, more planning, and greater force. The very act of protecting something makes it more desirable to attack. Airports provide another chilling example. Every time security tightens, after a hijacking, after a terrorist attempt, attackers do not vanish. They evolve. If metal detectors stop guns, explosives are hidden in liquids. If liquids are banned, chemicals are disguised in powders. If scanning becomes more advanced, attackers search for loopholes, blind spots, or social engineering tricks to bypass human guards. Security does not end the game, it escalates it. Each layer forces the adversary to grow smarter, more resourceful, more dangerous. This creates a vicious cycle. Defenses grow stronger, attackers grow sharper, which demands stronger defenses, which in turn breeds sharper attackers. It is an arms race with no finish line. And because defenders must succeed every time, while attackers need succeed only once, the odds tilt toward the breach. The stronger the castle, the hungrier the siege. Why does this happen? Because security magnifies value. A lock tells the world that what lies behind it matters. A code tells the world there is something worth deciphering. And human psychology is wired to desire what is forbidden. The more secure the vault, the greater the temptation to open it. Security does not just protect, it provokes. There is also the matter of prestige. To an attacker, breaching a highly secure system is not just about reward, it is about identity. In underground networks, breaking into a secure government database or a Fortune 500 company is a badge of honor. The more impenetrable the defense, the greater the glory of breaking it. For some, the breach is not about what they take, but about proving that no wall is absolute. Security becomes the spark that fuels ambition. The security breach growth effect plays out in subtle ways too. Consider personal technology. When smartphones introduced fingerprint locks and facial recognition, they raised the standard of personal security. But they also motivated criminals to find new ways around them. Some attackers learned to lift fingerprints from surfaces. Others built tools to mimic faces. Each upgrade in security only sharpened the creativity of those seeking to bypass it. The barrier did not close the door. It widened the imagination of those determined to break it. The greatest danger is that the cycle is endless. There is no final security, no ultimate lock. Every barrier contains within it the seeds of its own undoing, because its very presence guarantees that someone, somewhere, will dedicate themselves to overcoming it. And in that pursuit, attackers grow stronger, faster, more ingenious. This does not mean security is worthless. Without it, the collapse would be immediate. But it does mean that security is never finished, never final. It is a race in which slowing down is fatal. Every new layer buys time, but also raises the stakes. Every lock defends, but also dares the world to pick it. And so the paradox stands. The stronger our defenses, the stronger the enemies who rise against them. The walls we build to protect us become the very reason others come to attack. The security breach growth effect reminds us of a hard truth. Safety is never static, and protection is never absolute. The more powerful the shield, the sharper the sword it invites. Knowledge forgetting cycle. Once, memory was survival. To forget was to risk death. Our ancestors carried knowledge not in books, not in devices, but in their minds. How to find food, how to navigate by stars, how to predict the weather, how to heal with plants. These were skills memorized, repeated, passed down from one generation to the next. Knowledge was alive because it had to be. If you lost it, you lost your chance at survival. But today, we live in a different world. We no longer carry knowledge, we outsource it. To books, to machines, to search engines, to cloud servers. And in that outsourcing, something profound has happened. The more we store information outside ourselves, the less we hold within. This is the knowledge-forgetting cycle, the paradox where the very tools meant to preserve knowledge make us forget it. Think about the act of remembering a phone number. A few decades ago, most people carried dozens of numbers in their minds. Friends, family, workplaces, emergency contacts. You could recall them instantly, because you had to. Today, how many phone numbers do you know by heart? Maybe one or two. Maybe none at all. Every number is stored in your device, and so the brain has quietly discarded the habit of memorization. Why store what can be retrieved instantly? The more we rely on storage, the less we retain. Consider navigation. Humans once read landscapes like books. They memorized landmarks, traced rivers, learned the shape of mountains, the rhythm of the sun and stars. A traveler could cross continents guided only by memory and instinct. Today, we follow a blue arrow on a glowing screen. If the signal drops, if the battery dies, many of us are lost within minutes, even in our own cities. The knowledge is still out there, stored in satellites and apps, but it is no longer inside us. The skill atrophies, replaced by dependence. The cycle repeats in education. Students once memorized dates, formulas, literature, entire speeches. Memory was training for the mind, a discipline to sharpen thought. Now, the logic is reversed. Why memorize when you can Google? Why hold knowledge when you can call it up in seconds? Teachers encourage resourcefulness over retention. But what happens to a mind that stops storing? It becomes dependent on external systems. Knowledge exists everywhere, except inside the one who seeks it. And when the system is absent, when the connection fails, what remains is emptiness. This paradox extends to professions. Pilots rely on autopilot systems so deeply that manual flying skills weaken. Doctors lean on diagnostic software and lose the instinctive touch their mentors once had. Writers depend on spell-check and forget basic grammar. The cycle is subtle but relentless. Every time a task is outsourced, the brain rewires itself, deciding that remembering is unnecessary. Stored knowledge becomes forgotten knowledge. Even history itself is caught in this cycle. Entire cultures once relied on oral tradition, elders reciting lineages and stories by memory. The act of remembering was sacred. But the invention of writing, then printing, then digital storage, changed everything. Each leap preserved more information than ever before, but each leap also reduced the need for individuals to carry it. Knowledge expanded globally but shrank personally. Humanity as a whole remembers more than ever, while individual humans remember less. And here lies the paradox's quiet danger. We tell ourselves this is progress, that it is efficient to free our minds for creativity, for innovation, while machines carry the burden of memory. But what if memory itself is the foundation of creativity? What if forgetting makes us not freer, but weaker? A brain stripped of stored knowledge cannot connect ideas, cannot see patterns, cannot generate wisdom. It can only search, retrieve, repeat. The cycle steals depth from thought. Think of language. Many people rely on translation apps today. At first, it feels liberating. You don't need to learn the language, you just point your phone at a sign and the meaning appears. But slowly, the skill of learning fades. Why struggle to memorize vocabulary when the device will always translate? And so, generation by generation, the incentive to learn shrinks. Knowledge that once expanded the mind is quietly abandoned. We trade fluency for convenience, but in doing so, we lose a part of ourselves. The forgetting cycle has consequences beyond individuals. When societies forget how to do things because they rely on storage, they become fragile. Think about rare skills: how to grow food without machines, how to repair tools by hand, how to navigate without GPS. If that stored knowledge disappears, and the system collapses, the people left behind cannot reconstruct it. Entire civilizations have collapsed this way before, when knowledge was lost in libraries destroyed by fire or neglect. Today, the libraries are digital, but the fragility remains. If the servers crash, if the power grid fails, if the archives vanish, how much would we actually remember? How much could we rebuild? The cycle is not malicious. It is natural. The brain is efficient. It discards what it doesn't use. But what makes the paradox chilling is that the very tools designed to preserve knowledge make us less capable of holding it ourselves. The more we store, the more we forget. The safer the archive, the weaker the memory. And once forgotten, knowledge is no longer truly ours. It belongs to the system, not the human. This forces us to confront an uncomfortable question. Are we becoming smarter or simply more dependent? If intelligence is not just access to information, but the ability to recall, to connect, to apply, then what happens when recall itself is outsourced? When the foundation of knowledge is no longer memory, but storage. The cycle ensures we will know less and less directly, even as the world knows more and more collectively. The knowledge-forgetting cycle is not just a technological phenomenon, it is a transformation of what it means to be human. To forget is natural, but to outsource forgetting is something new. It leaves us with the illusion of intelligence, the appearance of wisdom, while hollowing out the very skills that once defined us. And unless we resist the cycle, unless we choose to remember what can so easily be stored, we risk becoming guardians of knowledge we no longer truly possess. Automation skill erosion. Imagine for a moment that the tools we build to lighten our burdens slowly erase the very abilities that made us human in the first place. This is not science fiction. It is happening all around us, quietly, invisibly, every single day. We call it automation. At first, it feels like liberation. Machines drive efficiency, handle repetition, and free us from drudgery. But beneath that comfort hides a creeping cost, the erosion of human skill. The very tasks machines take over are the ones we forget how to do. What begins as convenience ends as dependency. This is the paradox of automation skill erosion. Think back to navigation. For most of human history, finding your way meant developing a deep, almost instinctive relationship with the world around you. Sailors charted courses by the stars, travelers memorized landmarks, families passed down knowledge of paths and trails. Even as recently as a few decades ago, reading paper maps and asking for directions were common, necessary skills. But now, GPS systems speak to us turn by turn, recalculating instantly if we go astray. The human skill of orientation, of holding a mental map in your mind, has begun to fade. People today often feel lost in their own neighborhoods without their devices. The tool that promised freedom instead bred dependence, quietly eroding a once universal capability. Consider mathematics. For centuries, people calculated by hand, using not only arithmetic but also memory and logic. Shopkeepers could add sums instantly in their heads. Students drilled multiplication tables until they became second nature. But now, calculators and digital tools do the work for us. Yes, they are efficient, but they also rob us of fluency. Studies show that many students struggle with even basic operations when the device is removed. The mental muscles of arithmetic have atrophied because machines carry the load. Or think about writing. Handwriting was once an art and a necessity. People wrote letters, took notes, drafted documents by hand. This required patience, focus, and a physical connection between thought and motion. Today, keyboards and voice-to-text have nearly replaced handwriting for many. The result? Handwriting quality declines, spelling ability weakens, and even memory suffers, because science has shown that writing by hand strengthens retention in ways typing does not. When the hand cedes to the machine, the mind loses something too. Driving is another stark example. Cars have steadily taken control. Cruise control, lane keeping assist, automatic braking, self-parking features, and soon, full autonomy. Each layer of automation removes a layer of practice. Skills like parallel parking, navigating without prompts, or staying vigilant on long drives fade. The irony is dangerous. As machines get better at driving, humans get worse. So when the machine fails, and all machines eventually do, people are less capable of stepping in because their skill has withered through disuse. Even survival skills erode. Once, humans knew how to start a fire, grow food, mend clothes, repair tools. These were not exotic talents but everyday necessities. Automation, industrialization, and mass production replaced them. Now, many people cannot cook without pre-packaged food, cannot fix simple household items, cannot endure without power or plumbing. The convenience of machines has made us efficient, but fragile. Psychologists call this the automation paradox. The better machines perform, the less humans practice, and the less capable humans become. The cycle feeds itself. As humans weaken, we lean more heavily on machines, which in turn makes us weaker still. The skill erosion is gradual, almost invisible, until suddenly a moment of crisis reveals it. A pilot who has relied too long on autopilot struggles in manual flight during turbulence. A worker whose software crashes realizes they can no longer perform the task without it. A society that loses electricity confronts how few people remember how to function without it. It's not that machines are villains. They are extraordinary tools, built by human ingenuity. But tools change us. They shape not just what we can do, but what we no longer bother to do. And in that space, something vital is lost. The erosion is not only practical, it is cultural. Songs once memorized are now streamed, recipes once handed down are now Googled, stories once told are now archived in files. The more we outsource to machines, the less we carry in ourselves. This raises an unsettling question. What happens when the tools fail, or when access is denied, or when technology advances beyond our ability to understand it? A society that cannot cook, cannot navigate, cannot calculate, cannot repair. Such a society may be advanced, but it is also brittle. Fragility hides beneath the gleam of progress. Yet the solution is not to reject automation. It is to balance it. To consciously preserve skills, even when machines can do them faster. To teach children not only how to use tools, but how to function without them. To remind ourselves that mastery is not only efficiency, but resilience. When we know how to perform a task without the machine, we use the machine by choice, not by necessity. That choice is the difference between empowerment and dependence. Automation skill erosion is one of the defining paradoxes of our time. Machines take over to help us, but in helping us, they also quietly hollow us out. The challenge before us is not to stop progress, but to ensure progress does not strip us of our own capacity. Because when skills vanish, so too does a piece of our humanity. And if we allow machines to replace us entirely, we may discover too late that the price of convenience was the erosion of the very abilities that once defined who we are. Interconnectivity fragility. We live in an age defined by connection. Power grids link cities, financial systems synchronize across continents, supply chains stretch across oceans, and digital networks weave every part of our lives into one vast web. On the surface, this interconnectivity looks like progress. It makes life faster, smoother, more efficient. But beneath the elegance of this global machine lies a hidden fragility. The more tightly everything is connected, the more easily a single failure can ripple outward, collapsing everything it touches. This is the paradox of interconnectivity fragility. Imagine a spider web stretched wide. Each strand looks delicate, yet together they form a network strong enough to hold against the wind. But strike one thread at just the right point, and vibrations ripple across the entire web. What looks resilient is, in reality, exquisitely fragile. Our modern world is built on this same principle. A tiny failure in one system rarely stays contained. Instead, it spreads, sometimes invisibly, sometimes explosively, until the collapse reaches places no one expected. Consider the power grid. In theory, connecting everything together makes the system stable. If one plant goes offline, another can fill the gap. But in reality, this interconnection often magnifies disaster. A single malfunctioning transformer can trigger surges across multiple stations. The overload travels like a chain reaction. In 2003, a small software bug and overgrown trees brushing against power lines in Ohio caused a cascading blackout. Within hours, 50 million people across the United States and Canada lost power. Elevators froze, airports shut down, hospitals scrambled to keep generators running. It wasn't one massive failure that caused it, It was the vulnerability of a highly interconnected grid that magnified something small into something catastrophic. The same pattern plays out in finance. Banks, markets, and institutions are linked in ways so complex that no one can fully map them. The global financial crisis of 2008 began with the collapse of mortgage-backed securities in the U.S., a problem rooted in a narrow part of the housing market. Yet because of interconnectivity, that collapse spread through investment firms, banks, pension funds, and eventually entire economies. Millions lost homes, jobs, and savings because one fragile thread snapped and pulled the entire system down with it. Technology, too, is haunted by this fragility. When a critical internet service provider or cloud platform suffers an outage, the effects are immediate and far-reaching. A single failure in one data center can bring down social media platforms, online banking systems, shopping sites, even emergency services. People cannot pay bills, companies lose millions in revenue, and in some cases, public safety is jeopardized. One broken link is all it takes to bring down a chain that stretches across the planet. Supply chains show the same weakness. A single factory shutdown in one country can ripple across industries worldwide. When a single manufacturer of semiconductors experienced disruption, it created shortages in everything from smartphones to cars. Suddenly, entire industries were paralyzed not because every company failed, but because all of them depended on the same fragile node in the web. The efficiency of interconnection became the very source of collapse. What makes this fragility so dangerous is that it hides behind the illusion of strength. The systems appear resilient because they have so many links, so many redundancies, so many nodes. But those very links are what spread failure like a virus. In an isolated system, failure burns out quickly. In an interconnected system, it travels endlessly, turning small sparks into raging fires. Psychology and society are not immune either. Social media platforms link billions of people together. A single piece of misinformation, once posted, can spread globally in minutes, influencing elections, fueling violence, or destabilizing communities. The interconnected nature of these networks means falsehoods don't just stay local. They cascade into crises that no one can contain once they've begun. Interconnectivity fragility is not simply about technology or economics. It is about trust. We assume that because systems are vast and integrated, they must be safe. We believe redundancy equals resilience. But redundancy without boundaries simply creates pathways for disaster to travel further. The safety net becomes the rope that strangles us when it snaps. This paradox leaves us trapped in a cycle. We connect more to increase efficiency, but that efficiency magnifies the impact of every failure. We centralize control to keep things running smoothly, but centralization makes the system brittle. We pursue complexity to create progress, but complexity multiplies vulnerability. Every improvement hides the seed of collapse. The psychological weight of this fragility cannot be ignored. People assume that their power will always stay on, their money will always be available, their internet will always connect, their supply chains will always deliver. But deep down, there is a creeping unease. Because when failure comes, it never feels proportional. One bug, one crash, one disruption, and suddenly millions are affected. What should have been a minor inconvenience spirals into a disaster that feels wildly out of control. This is why interconnectivity fragility is so haunting. It reveals that the strength of our world is also its greatest weakness. The very connections that empower us also endanger us. The more threads we weave, the more tightly we bind ourselves to the fate of systems we cannot control. And when one breaks, the fall is collective. Perhaps the real question is not how much more we can connect, but how much fragility we are willing to accept in exchange for convenience. Do we want a world where everything is instant, global, and seamless, if it also means that one failure can bring down entire nations? Or do we need to rethink the illusion of resilience that interconnection promises? Because in the end, the paradox remains: the tighter we weave the net, the easier it tears. The more we build the web, the more fragile we become to the smallest break. And one day, it may not be a massive disaster that collapses the system, but the tiniest failure, hidden in plain sight, that pulls everything down with it. Alert fatigue overload. Every ping, every vibration, every flashing red notification carries the same silent message: pay attention to me. At first, it feels helpful. Alerts are designed to protect us, to remind us of what's urgent, to keep us from missing the critical. But in our hyper-connected world, alerts never stop. They pile on top of one another until they blur together, indistinguishable, overwhelming. And in that flood of noise, something dangerous happens. We begin to ignore them. This is the phenomenon of alert fatigue overload, where the very system meant to protect us ends up dulling our awareness until even the most critical warnings are dismissed. Think about your phone right now. How many notifications are waiting for you? Messages, emails, app updates, reminders, security warnings, low battery alerts, promotional offers, each one demanding a slice of your attention. Some are trivial, some are meaningless, but hidden among them might be something that truly matters. Yet when all of them arrive with the same urgency, the brain learns to treat them all as background noise. What once made you stop and act now barely registers. This effect is not confined to everyday technology. In hospitals, alert fatigue is one of the most dangerous problems faced by doctors and nurses. Modern medical devices are programmed to alarm at the slightest irregularity: heart monitors, infusion pumps, ventilators. On paper, this ensures no detail is missed. In practice, it creates a constant storm of beeps and buzzes. Nurses report hundreds of alarms per shift, most of them false or insignificant. Over time, the human mind does what it always does under bombardment: it tunes out. The terrifying result is that a real, life-threatening alarm can sound and be ignored simply because it blends into the endless chorus of false ones. Airlines face a similar challenge. Pilots are surrounded by sophisticated systems designed to flag every anomaly. But too many alerts can become paralyzing in moments of crisis. In some tragic cases, crews have been overwhelmed by conflicting alarms, unsure of which to prioritize, and precious seconds were lost. Once again, the system designed to protect life ends up creating confusion that endangers it. Even in the corporate world, alert fatigue is rampant. Cybersecurity systems generate endless warnings about potential threats. IT teams are flooded with logs, error messages, and risk notifications. The result is that real threats, the ones that could cripple infrastructure or expose millions of users, can be buried under a mountain of noise. Hackers know this. They exploit it, deliberately generating decoy alerts to overwhelm defenders, hiding real attacks in the chaos. The psychology behind this effect is straightforward but devastating. Human attention is finite. The brain is designed to filter, to conserve energy by ignoring patterns that repeat too often. When everything screams urgent, nothing feels urgent anymore. Just as someone living near a train track eventually stops noticing the rumble, people exposed to endless alerts stop responding to them. The system erodes its own effectiveness, turning what should be sharp signals into dull background hum. This creates a dangerous paradox. The more systems try to keep us safe by overloading us with alerts, the less safe we become. A single crucial warning can be lost in a sea of trivial reminders. And the burden of distinguishing signal from noise falls entirely on the human being, who is already overloaded by stress, distraction, and fatigue. It is a cruel irony. In the attempt to eliminate risk, systems can create the very conditions for disaster. Consider the everyday example of app notifications. At first, a new app may send an alert only for meaningful updates. But as competition grows, every app begins fighting for attention. Social media apps ping us for likes, for comments, for someone going live. Shopping apps push sales, flash deals, and abandoned cart reminders. News apps bombard us with breaking updates every hour. Eventually, most people either turn off notifications entirely or learn to swipe them away without looking. In doing so, they may miss something important, a critical message from work, a family emergency, or a genuine security warning. The line between the trivial and the vital collapses. The problem runs deeper than inconvenience. Alert fatigue changes behavior over time. People become desensitized, less responsive, slower to act. They begin to assume that every alert is exaggerated, every warning an overreaction. In medicine, this can mean patients left unattended. In aviation, it can mean delayed responses in moments where seconds decide fate. In cybersecurity, it can mean open doors for catastrophic breaches. What begins as annoyance evolves into apathy, and apathy is deadly when warnings are supposed to save lives. The real tragedy is that most alerts are not necessary at all. Many exist because systems are designed to cover every possible risk, however small, instead of prioritizing what truly matters. Fear of missing something critical leads to the creation of endless alarms, but in doing so, the critical becomes buried. In trying to be comprehensive, systems lose clarity. It is the digital version of crying wolf, so many false alarms that when the wolf finally appears, no one listens. So how do we escape the overload? The answer is not to eliminate alerts but to redesign them. Prioritization must become smarter. Systems must learn to distinguish between what is urgent and what can wait, between what needs immediate action and what is informational. Alerts should not all sound the same, look the same, or carry the same weight. Humans respond best when signals are rare, meaningful, and trustworthy. Only then can attention sharpen instead of scatter. For individuals, awareness of alert fatigue is itself a form of defense. We must ask ourselves, how many alerts do we truly need? How many have we allowed into our lives that serve no purpose but to fragment our focus? By silencing the unnecessary, by curating the flow of information, we can preserve attention for the moments that truly matter. Because attention is not infinite, it is a resource, and when wasted, it cannot be reclaimed. The phenomenon of alert fatigue overload teaches us something profound about the balance between safety and noise. More is not always better. Sometimes, too much protection becomes its own form of danger. The systems we build must respect the limits of human attention, or they will continue to undermine the very safety they are designed to ensure. And in our own lives, learning when to silence the noise may be the only way to hear the signals that could truly save us. Algorithmic bias feedback. There is a silent force shaping the world around us, a force so embedded in our daily lives that we rarely question it. It is in the way our news feeds are ordered, the loans we are approved for, the jobs we are shown, even the justice we receive in court. That force is the algorithm. And while algorithms promise fairness, neutrality, and efficiency, they carry a hidden danger, because when they are trained on biased data, they do not just reflect that bias. They reinforce it. They amplify it. This is the algorithmic bias feedback effect. At its core, an algorithm is a set of instructions. Feed it enough data, and it begins to learn patterns, make predictions, and guide decisions. But what if the data itself is flawed? What if the history written into that data is already biased by inequality, prejudice, or systemic exclusion? Then the algorithm becomes not a tool of progress, but a mirror of the past, locking injustice into the future. Imagine a hiring algorithm trained on decades of corporate resumes. If, historically, most top positions were held by men, then the algorithm may quietly learn that being male correlates with success. When new applications come in, it begins to rank women lower, not because they are less qualified, but because the data told it to. And each time the algorithm makes a biased decision, it generates new biased data. That new data then feeds back into the system, teaching it the same prejudice again and again, amplifying it with each cycle. This feedback loop is insidious because it hides behind the veil of objectivity. A human manager showing bias can be called out, questioned, corrected. But an algorithm, people trust it because it feels neutral, mathematical, scientific. When the algorithm says one candidate is better than another, many accept it as truth. Yet the truth is poisoned by the data it was born from. The criminal justice system offers a chilling example. Some courts have used algorithms to predict the likelihood that a defendant will re-offend. The idea was to make sentencing fairer, less emotional, more evidence-based. But the data used to train those systems came from decades of policing practices often biased against minority communities. The result? The algorithm began predicting higher risk for minority defendants, not because of their individual actions, but because the data reflected biased policing. Judges trusted the algorithm, harsher sentences followed, and those sentences generated new biased data that went straight back into the machine. Bias became self-reinforcing, amplified by the very tool meant to reduce it. The same cycle unfolds in online platforms. Recommendation algorithms are trained on what people click, watch, and share. If biased or extreme content gets more attention, the algorithm learns to promote it. That promotion makes it more visible, which earns it more clicks, which feeds back into the system. Over time, the algorithm doesn't just reflect the bias of the crowd, it magnifies it. What begins as a small tilt becomes a landslide. The problem is not that algorithms make mistakes. It is that they make mistakes systematically. A human might judge unfairly once or twice, but an algorithm, once trained, will judge unfairly thousands of times a second, across millions of people. And because the decisions look precise and logical, they are rarely questioned. The bias is invisible, yet its effects are everywhere. Think about credit scoring. If an algorithm is trained on historical lending data, and that data reflects decades of unequal access to loans for certain communities, then the system learns that those communities are riskier. As a result, they are offered worse terms, or denied loans altogether. That denial creates new data showing those groups as less financially active, which further convinces the algorithm of their supposed risk. It becomes a vicious circle. The past writes the present, and the present rewrites the future, until inequality becomes encoded as fact. The feedback effect is so powerful because algorithms thrive on repetition. They are designed to learn, refine, and improve with every cycle. But when the foundation is cracked, improvement only deepens the fracture. It is like pouring water into a crooked mold. The more you pour, the more the shape becomes fixed. Bias, once baked into the system, does not fade. It calcifies. And yet, the danger is not only technical, it is psychological. We, as humans, are prone to trusting machines. We believe data is neutral, numbers are honest, and code is pure. This trust blinds us to the hidden bias underneath. When an algorithm denies a loan, rejects a resume, or flags someone as a risk, the human instinct is to assume the system knows best. Few stop to ask, who trained this system? What history does this data carry? What stories does it erase? The algorithmic bias feedback effect reminds us of a brutal truth. Technology does not erase human prejudice. It encodes it. It scales it. It hides it beneath the surface of objectivity, and in doing so, it makes it harder to fight. So what can be done? The answer is not to abandon algorithms. They are too deeply woven into the fabric of our world. The answer is awareness. To demand transparency about the data sets used. To audit the decisions algorithms make. To recognize that neutrality is not automatic. It must be designed, challenged, tested again and again. Without that vigilance, we will continue to feed machines the biases of the past, and they will continue to return them to us amplified, polished, and disguised as truth. The danger of algorithmic bias feedback is not just in the mistakes it makes today. It is in the future it builds tomorrow. A future where inequality is not argued or debated, but mathematically enforced. A future where prejudice is not spoken aloud, but coded in silence. A future where the loop continues until the bias is no longer even recognized as bias, but accepted as the natural order of things. That is the paradox. The more we trust algorithms to guide us, the more we risk being guided back into the very injustices we hoped to escape. Algorithmic bias feedback is not just a flaw in technology. It is a mirror of humanity, amplified by the relentless logic of machines. And if we do not confront it, the loop will never end. Efficiency-inefficiency cycle. Human history is a story of chasing efficiency. From the moment we learned to sharpen stone tools to cut faster, to the invention of the steam engine, to the rise of digital automation, we have been obsessed with making processes quicker, smoother, and more productive. Efficiency has always been framed as progress, the promise that we can save time, save energy, and save resources. But lurking inside this promise is a paradox. Because the more efficient a system becomes, the more it creates new spaces for inefficiency to appear. This is the efficiency-inefficiency cycle, the strange loop where every attempt to streamline ends up generating new complications that slow us down once again. Consider transportation. The invention of cars was supposed to eliminate the inefficiencies of travel. Roads made movement faster, highways expanded horizons, and engines cut journeys from days to hours. But what did this efficiency create? Traffic jams, sprawling suburbs, air pollution, endless road maintenance, and hours wasted every day in gridlock. The system designed to move us faster now traps us in stagnation. The efficiency that freed us also enslaved us to congestion. What we saved in time, we now lose in stress and delay. Think about digital communication. Email was invented to replace the slowness of letters, to make work smoother and instant. It worked, at first. But soon, inboxes became overflowing, notifications constant, spam unavoidable. What once saved time now consumes hours of the day. Workers spend entire mornings sorting through endless threads, CCs, and promotional messages. Efficiency bred inefficiency. Then came instant messaging apps for the workplace, meant to fix email overload. Instead, they created constant interruption, a flood of pings and alerts that shattered attention spans. We became more connected but less productive, more efficient in communication but less efficient in thought. The cycle repeats in agriculture. Machines made farming faster, fertilizers increased yields, logistics streamlined food distribution. But efficiency created its own inefficiencies: soil depletion, monoculture vulnerabilities, massive supply chains prone to collapse. A single disruption, like a drought or a trade blockage, ripples through the entire global system. Instead of stability, hyperefficiency has left us brittle, vulnerable to breakdowns that older, slower, less efficient systems could withstand. Even in technology itself, the paradox thrives. Computers were built to automate tasks and free humans from drudgery. But faster machines led to more complex software. Faster processors led to bloated programs, demanding ever more memory and storage. Our devices are infinitely more powerful than those of decades past, yet we still complain that they are slow. Why? Because efficiency does not stay still, it raises expectations. The moment a process becomes smoother, we invent new layers to consume the freed capacity, until inefficiency creeps back in through the cracks. The same paradox exists in personal life. Productivity hacks, time management apps, streamlined routines, all promise to give us more time. But how do we use that time? Often, by filling it with even more tasks, more obligations, more pressure. The faster we work, the more we are expected to do. A person who once handled 3 tasks now handles 10, not because efficiency freed them, but because efficiency demanded more of them. The cycle transforms time saved into time consumed. The worker becomes busier than ever, not because they are inefficient, but because they became too efficient. Economics offers another lens. Factories designed to maximize output end up overproducing goods, leading to waste, unsold inventory, and environmental damage. Supply chains designed for lean efficiency break when faced with sudden disruption. The global obsession with just-in-time manufacturing eliminated the inefficiency of storage, but in doing so, created fragility. When the pandemic struck, those hyper-efficient systems collapsed, unable to adapt. Efficiency became inefficiency on a global scale. And perhaps the most insidious form of the cycle lies in energy. Every advancement in efficiency, better engines, improved appliances, renewable energy systems, promises to reduce consumption. But paradoxically, the more efficient energy use becomes, the more energy we consume overall. This is known as the rebound effect. Cars that use less fuel encourage longer drives. Efficient lights lead to more lighting. Cheaper energy leads to greater demand. The efficiency that was meant to save resources instead accelerates their depletion. At the heart of this paradox is a fundamental truth. Efficiency is never an endpoint. It is a moving target. The moment a process becomes streamlined, humans expand it, exploit it, or overload it. We fill the vacuum with new demands, new desires, new layers of complexity. In chasing perfection, we create fragility. In chasing speed, we generate bottlenecks. In chasing simplicity, we build structures too intricate to manage. Efficiency does not eliminate inefficiency. It shifts it, disguises it, and often magnifies it. This cycle raises uncomfortable questions about progress itself. Are we truly advancing, or are we running in circles, creating new inefficiencies as quickly as we erase old ones? Is efficiency a path to freedom, or just another trap that keeps us working harder, faster, without ever arriving at peace? We believe that making something more efficient will simplify life. Yet time and again, it complicates it, weaving new webs of dependency, fragility, and overload. The efficiency-inefficiency cycle is not just about technology or systems, it is about human nature. We are restless beings. When given more, we demand more. When given speed, we use it to add weight. When given simplicity, we complicate it with layers of control. The paradox is not an accident of design. It is the shadow of our own ambition. And unless we learn to recognize it, we may spend eternity chasing efficiency while drowning in the inefficiencies it creates. Because in the end, efficiency is not about saving time, it is about how we choose to spend the time we save. And if we are not careful, the very systems meant to liberate us will keep us locked in an endless cycle, where every solution breeds a new problem, and every step forward hides the seeds of the next slowdown. Storage expansion overflow. Imagine a time when owning a few megabytes of storage felt limitless. When floppy disks or small hard drives were enough to hold entire projects, entire lives. People guarded that space carefully, deleting what they no longer needed, organizing files with discipline, making choices about what was worth saving. Now fast forward to today. Terabytes of cloud storage, drives that can hold millions of songs, thousands of movies, endless photos, documents, and backups. You would think this vast expansion of storage would finally grant us peace of mind, freedom from ever worrying about space again. But instead, the opposite has happened. The more storage we have, the more useless data seems to fill it. This is the paradox of storage expansion overflow. Think about your phone. It likely has more storage capacity than the computers that launched rockets to the moon. Yet, how often do you still get that dreaded notification, storage almost full? You bought a bigger model to avoid this problem, but it didn't solve anything. The extra gigabytes became an invitation, not to store only what mattered, but to hoard. Thousands of duplicate photos, endless videos that will never be watched again, screenshots of things you don't remember needing. The expansion of capacity didn't create order, it created clutter. Consider email. When accounts first appeared, space was limited. People carefully deleted unnecessary messages, organized folders, kept their inboxes lean. Then came the promise of endless storage, gigabytes upon gigabytes of free space. It was liberating. But what happened? Inboxes became flooded with spam, promotional offers, newsletters, endless threads that no one will ever read again. The space grew, but so did the noise. What was meant to be a tool for communication became a landfill of forgotten words. Or think about cloud drives. They are marketed as infinite shelves where you can store every document, every image, every memory. But the truth is that most of what sits there is forgotten. Old drafts, half-finished projects, corrupted files, duplicates, memes, things you promised yourself you'd revisit but never will. More storage does not mean more value. It often just means more waste. This effect is psychological. Humans adjust their behavior to the space available. With small closets, people keep only what they need. With enormous closets, clutter multiplies. The same is true of digital storage. When capacity is scarce, we practice discipline. When capacity is abundant, we abandon it. Expansion breeds laziness. Why decide what matters when you can keep everything? Why sort when you can dump? The cost is subtle but devastating. We drown in our own excess. Worse still, the overflow of useless data makes it harder to find what actually matters. Important documents get buried under junk. Precious memories get lost in oceans of duplicates. Searching for the right file becomes a frustrating excavation through digital debris. The promise of storage was security, but the reality of overflow is confusion. We gain space but lose clarity. Even corporations are not immune. Companies build massive data centers, capable of holding unimaginable amounts of information. And yet, analysts estimate that the vast majority of stored corporate data is dark data, never accessed, never analyzed, never used for any productive purpose. It simply sits there, consuming space, energy, and resources. What began as a quest for knowledge becomes a graveyard of forgotten bytes. This isn't just about waste, it's about fragility. The more data we accumulate, the harder it becomes to manage, protect, and secure. Backups grow massive, recovery slows, breaches become catastrophic. A single user with a few files is resilient. A system bloated with endless overflow is vulnerable. Expansion multiplies not only storage but also risk. At its core, the storage expansion overflow reveals a human truth. We confuse abundance with progress. We think more space means more freedom, but more space often just amplifies our worst habits. Like a person who builds a bigger house only to fill it with junk, we treat storage as a void to be stuffed rather than a treasure chest to be curated. The paradox is merciless. We demand bigger drives, bigger clouds, bigger capacities, believing each leap will finally be enough. But every expansion just resets the cycle, creating new overflow. Gigabytes turn to terabytes, terabytes to petabytes, and still, we complain of running out of room. The problem isn't storage, it's us. The solution is not endless expansion, but intentional limitation. Learning once again to ask, what truly matters? What deserves space? What can be released? Because without discipline, no amount of storage will ever be enough. We will always fill it with noise until the signal is lost. The storage expansion overflow is not just about technology. It is about human nature. Our capacity to accumulate will always outpace our ability to manage. And unless we confront this, we will continue to live in digital rooms overflowing with things we don't need, unable to find the things we do. The danger isn't that storage will run out, it's that meaning will. Recommendation cage effect. We live in a digital world where almost nothing is chosen freely anymore. From the shows we watch to the music we hear, from the clothes we shop for to the news we consume, invisible algorithms shape our choices. On the surface, this feels like a blessing. Personalized recommendations promise to save us time, to show us exactly what we want, exactly when we want it. No more endless searching, no more uncertainty, everything tailored just for us. But hidden within this convenience is a quiet trap, a cage built not of walls but of patterns. The more we allow recommendations to shape our world, the more our choices narrow, until novelty itself begins to vanish. This is the recommendation cage effect. Think about your favorite streaming service. The first time you log in, the library feels endless. Thousands of films, shows, and documentaries from every corner of the world. But once you start watching, the system learns your habits. If you watch a few thrillers, it will keep feeding you thrillers. If you click on comedies, the platform will drown you in comedies. At first, it feels helpful, like the system understands you. But slowly, the walls close in. That massive library shrinks to a small corner, and you stop seeing the unexpected. The algorithm doesn't want you to explore, it wants you to repeat. And in chasing personalization, it takes away discovery. The same dynamic plays out with music. Streaming platforms analyze every beat you listen to, every mood you prefer, every playlist you loop. Then they serve you more of the same. You feel comforted, like the music was chosen perfectly for you. But over time, something changes. The sense of wonder, of stumbling upon a song you didn't know you needed, disappears. Instead, you hear variations of the same sound, the same genre, the same patterns. You stop encountering the unfamiliar, and slowly, your world of music shrinks. The algorithm keeps you safe inside the cage of your preferences, but the price of safety is the loss of surprise. Shopping reveals the same trap. Online stores track every click, every purchase, every hesitation. They learn what you like, what you avoid, what you almost bought. Then, recommendations flood your screen. Products you might need, items curated for you, discounts tailored to your desires. It feels efficient, but notice what's missing. The odd, the eccentric, the thing you never thought of buying but that might have changed your life. The algorithm doesn't care about expanding your horizons. It cares about nudging you toward the predictable. And so, your choices grow narrower, your options more repetitive, until you are no longer exploring, only circling. News and information suffer the same fate, but with higher stakes. Personalized feeds promise relevance, articles aligned with your interests, opinions that match your views, headlines you're likely to click. But in doing so, they trap you inside an echo chamber. You stop seeing different perspectives. You stop encountering ideas that challenge you. And slowly, your worldview hardens into a cage, built by the algorithm's desire to keep you engaged. Novelty disappears, but so does growth, empathy, and understanding. The recommendation system becomes a wall between you and the complexity of reality. The psychology behind this is simple. Algorithms are rewarded for keeping your attention. And the easiest way to hold attention is not through surprise, but through comfort. By giving you more of what you already like, the system minimizes the risk of rejection. But life, by nature, thrives on novelty. Discovery sparks joy. Strangeness expands the mind. Without the unexpected, our curiosity withers. The recommendation cage effect is not just about entertainment. It is about what happens when curiosity is suffocated by endless comfort. We tell ourselves that we are making choices, but are we? When every suggestion is tailored, when every path is guided, how much freedom remains? Imagine walking into a bookstore where every shelf has been rearranged overnight to only display books the store thinks you will like. At first, it feels flattering. But soon, you notice the loss. You no longer stumble on the unexpected novel, the strange biography, the obscure history book. Your world of possibility has shrunk without you realizing it. And because the cage is invisible, you mistake it for freedom. The danger goes deeper than boredom. Over time, recommendation systems shape not just what we consume, but who we become. Our tastes narrow, our experiences repeat, our worldview shrinks. When novelty disappears, growth stalls. We stop being surprised, and with that, we stop changing. The cage does not just limit our choices, it limits our evolution. And yet, we rarely resist. Because the cage is comfortable. It spares us the uncertainty of searching, the frustration of choice. It whispers, "Trust me, I know you better than you know yourself." And in our exhaustion, we surrender. But what we gain in convenience, we lose in possibility. We trade exploration for repetition, freedom for predictability, curiosity for certainty. This paradox haunts every corner of our digital lives. The more advanced recommendation systems become, the tighter the cage grows. And because the process is so gradual, we barely notice it. One day, we look around and realize that everything we see, our shows, our music, our shopping, our news, is just a reflection of ourselves, endlessly mirrored back. The world becomes smaller, flatter, emptier. Not because choice has disappeared, but because choice has been hidden behind the walls of personalization. Perhaps the most unsettling truth is this: novelty does not vanish by accident. It is stripped away by design. Algorithms are not built to challenge us, but to trap us. They do not serve discovery, they serve engagement. And in serving engagement, they lock us in loops. The recommendation cage effect is not a side effect, it is the very outcome the system is designed to achieve. So the question is not whether we live inside this cage, but whether we dare to step outside it. Do we search beyond the recommended? Do we embrace the unknown? Or do we allow ourselves to be fed endlessly with mirrors, until the very idea of discovery feels foreign? Because in the end, novelty is not just entertainment, it is survival. It is the spark that keeps the human spirit alive. And without it, we are not living in freedom. We are living inside a cage we cannot see, one built by the very systems we trusted to guide us. Space communication lag. We live in an era where technology moves faster than imagination. Messages travel across Earth in fractions of a second. You can video call someone on the other side of the planet and feel like they're sitting in the same room. We've grown used to instant communication, to a world where distance feels irrelevant. But space plays by different rules. No matter how advanced our technology becomes, communication across vast cosmic distances will always face one obstacle we cannot cheat: the speed of light. And this limitation creates what scientists call the space communication lag, a delay so small on Earth that it's invisible, but so immense in the void of space that it changes everything about how we explore, survive, and dream beyond our planet. Light is fast. At nearly 300,000 kilometers per second, it seems limitless. Yet in the scale of the universe, it is painfully slow. When astronauts on the Moon spoke to Houston during the Apollo missions, the delay was about 1.5 seconds. That was enough to create awkward pauses, but manageable. Now imagine Mars. Depending on the alignment of the planets, signals between Earth and Mars can take anywhere from 4 to 24 minutes to arrive. A simple hello becomes a half-hour round trip. A distress call cannot be answered instantly. Instructions from mission control arrive long after a problem has already unfolded. Real-time conversation is impossible. The dream of instant connection shatters under the weight of cosmic distance. This lag has profound consequences for space exploration. Picture a rover on Mars. On Earth, we control it with commands sent across space. But because of the delay, scientists cannot drive it like a remote-controlled car. They must plan every move hours in advance, send instructions in batches, and wait for confirmation. If the rover encounters an obstacle, we don't know immediately. We discover it minutes later. Progress slows to a crawl, not because of technology's failure, but because of physics itself. Consider the challenges for human missions. If astronauts one day walk on Mars and face an emergency, they cannot simply call Earth for help in the moment. By the time a message arrives and a response returns, the crisis could already be over, one way or another. Future astronauts must operate with far more independence, relying on onboard systems and their own judgment rather than real-time guidance. The further we travel, the lonelier and more isolated we become, even if we are surrounded by a digital web of communication. Now imagine even greater distances. At the edge of our solar system, the Voyager probes still whisper faint signals back to Earth. But those whispers take over 20 hours to reach us. That means when we hear Voyager's message, it's already almost a day old. And when we respond, the probe receives instructions a full day later. The spacecraft becomes a ghost in time, always out of sync with us, living in a past we can no longer touch. If humanity ever sends missions to the outer planets or to interstellar space, communication will stretch from hours into years. The further we go, the more silence surrounds us. This raises deep questions about the future of exploration. Science fiction often shows starships communicating effortlessly across galaxies, but in reality, faster-than-light communication remains a fantasy. Physics does not bend for our convenience. Quantum entanglement has been proposed as a solution, but despite its mysteries, it cannot transmit usable information faster than light. For now, and perhaps forever, the cosmic speed limit remains in place. The universe demands patience from those who dare to cross it. The psychological effects of this lag are just as profound as the technical ones. Humans are social creatures. We depend on immediacy, on the comfort of instant reassurance. But astronauts millions of kilometers away will live with a constant delay, a sense of being heard, but never in the moment. Imagine sending a desperate message home and waiting half an hour for a reply. Imagine the crushing isolation of knowing that by the time your loved ones even hear your voice, you have already moved on to another moment in time. Space communication lag is not just a technical challenge, it is an emotional one. Even today, astronauts aboard the International Space Station enjoy near real-time communication with Earth. They can video call family, send emails, even live stream events. But as we prepare to send humans further, first to the Moon again, then to Mars, those comforts will dissolve. A Mars astronaut cannot casually chat with their children. They cannot share a laugh in real time. Each exchange will be stretched and stilted by the vastness of space. The more humanity reaches outward, the more solitude becomes an unavoidable companion. This reality forces us to rethink how missions are designed. Autonomy will be key. Future explorers must be able to operate independently, making decisions without waiting for Earth's input. Artificial intelligence may serve as a bridge, providing guidance and problem-solving in the absence of instant human contact. Missions will require new psychological resilience, as crews grapple with isolation unlike anything ever faced before. The delay becomes not just a challenge of communication, but a test of human endurance, patience, and trust. And yet, there is also something profoundly poetic about this lag. It reminds us of the vastness of space, of the unimaginable scales we are trying to cross. Every delay is a whisper from the cosmos, a reminder that distance matters, that the universe cannot be compressed into human convenience. It humbles us, reminding us that even with our greatest technology, we remain bound by natural laws older than time itself. The space communication lag is not a flaw to be fixed, it is a truth to be lived with. As humanity expands into the cosmos, we must learn to adapt, to accept silence, to operate without immediacy. We must build trust in systems that work even when voices take minutes or hours to arrive. And we must redefine connection, not as instant, but as enduring. Because even delayed, even stretched across unimaginable distances, a message from Earth still carries the power of hope, of belonging, of humanity reaching across the void. In the end, the space communication lag is both a barrier and a symbol. It reminds us of the limits of physics, but also of the limitless courage of those who dream beyond them. For in every delayed signal, in every stretched silence, in every faint whisper that takes hours or days to reach us, we are reminded that the universe is vast, but so is our determination to cross it. Maintenance overhead spiral. Progress promises freedom. Each new technology, each upgrade, each sleek replacement claims to make life simpler, faster, and more efficient. We are told that old systems are clunky, fragile, and outdated, while the new ones will run smoothly, flawlessly, with little to no effort. But hidden inside this promise is a paradox. Because the more advanced the system becomes, the more maintenance it demands. And what was meant to reduce effort begins to consume it. This is the maintenance overhead spiral, the trap where every upgrade carries a hidden cost, where the tools meant to save us time eventually demand more care than the systems they replaced. Think about something as ordinary as software. Decades ago, a program might be installed once and used for years with little thought. Today, every piece of software demands constant updates, patches for security, fixes for bugs, upgrades for compatibility. You no longer simply install and use. You monitor notifications, restart your machine, wait for new versions, troubleshoot when the update breaks something else. Each improvement brings new dependencies, and each dependency brings new points of failure. The system may be more powerful, but it is also hungrier, feeding endlessly on your attention. Consider the smartphone. It replaces dozens of older devices: a phone, a camera, a map, a clock, even a wallet. At first glance, it seems like progress, a single device doing everything. But the hidden cost is staggering. Batteries degrade. Screens crack. Apps demand updates. Storage fills. Operating systems shift, leaving older models unsupported. A landline telephone from 50 years ago still works if you plug it in today. A smartphone barely survives 3 years before it becomes unstable or obsolete. The upgrade spiral never ends because maintenance never ends. The same pattern appears in large-scale systems. Take hospitals. Digital record-keeping was introduced to simplify patient data, to replace messy paper files. In reality, it created endless maintenance overhead. Systems must be secured against breaches, synced across departments, updated with every regulation change. Doctors spend hours clicking through screens, not treating patients but maintaining the machine that maintains the data. The upgrade did not free them, it tied them to endless upkeep. Or look at cars. Older vehicles could be repaired by a skilled mechanic with basic tools. Modern cars, loaded with sensors, chips, and software, require specialized maintenance at every turn. A dashboard light may flash for something as simple as a loose gas cap, but clearing it requires computer diagnostics. A small issue in one sensor can disable entire functions. What once required a wrench now requires a laptop, proprietary software, and expensive servicing. The car may drive smoother, but the maintenance spiral grows deeper. Air travel offers another haunting example. Airplanes have become marvels of technology, with automated systems controlling navigation, communication, and even decision-making. But every layer of complexity adds more maintenance. Airlines must employ massive teams not just to repair engines, but to constantly update software, recalibrate instruments, and patch vulnerabilities. The planes fly more efficiently, but the cost of keeping them airworthy has exploded. The more advanced the aircraft, the more fragile its web of upkeep. The spiral is not just financial, it is psychological. When systems require constant maintenance, humans become caretakers of machines instead of masters of them. Workers are no longer fixing problems, they are fixing the fixes. Upgrades that were supposed to free them instead bind them to endless cycles of updates, troubleshooting, and support calls. The very promise of simplicity transforms into a daily struggle to keep complexity from collapsing. Why does this spiral exist? Because every technological layer introduces dependencies. A simple tool has few moving parts, few points of failure. A complex system, no matter how advanced, multiplies those points. And because technology evolves faster than it stabilizes, the maintenance never catches up. Each fix generates new vulnerabilities, each upgrade generates new demands, each improvement generates new costs. The spiral feeds on itself endlessly. We saw this during the rise of cloud computing. Companies rushed to migrate their data, believing the cloud would free them from maintaining servers. At first, it did. But soon, new problems emerged. Constant monitoring for outages, complex billing structures, compatibility issues between platforms, and relentless updates from providers. The cloud reduced one type of maintenance only to birth 10 others. The illusion of simplicity masked a deeper entanglement. The spiral even reaches into homes. Smart devices promise effortless living. Thermostats that learn your habits, lights that respond to your voice, locks you can open from anywhere. But every device demands updates, reconfigurations, battery replacements, and security patches. Each new gadget introduces another layer of fragility. The more smart your home becomes, the more often you are forced to maintain it. Convenience quietly transforms into servitude. And yet, the most dangerous cost is not just time or money. It is resilience. Systems that demand constant maintenance are systems that collapse quickly when neglected. A paper book will sit on a shelf for 100 years, waiting to be read. An e-book reader will fail in a few if it is not charged, updated, repaired. A wooden chair lasts decades with little care. A modern office chair with hydraulics, wheels, and synthetic materials begins to break within a few years, requiring replacement parts. In chasing upgrades, we sacrifice longevity. This is the paradox of the maintenance overhead spiral. Every upgrade promises less work but demands more. And once the spiral begins, escape is almost impossible. Because stopping means falling behind. An outdated phone becomes incompatible with apps. An unsupported operating system becomes a security risk. An old car becomes illegal under new regulations. You cannot opt out. You can only spin faster, keeping pace with the spiral or being left behind. The haunting truth is that progress often disguises dependence. Each upgrade ties us deeper into cycles of upkeep, until we are no longer advancing toward freedom but circling endlessly in maintenance. The spiral does not end with convenience, it ends with exhaustion. And one day, when the systems become too complex to sustain, we may look back and realize that what we called progress was only a treadmill, and we were running just to stand still. That is the maintenance overhead spiral, the hidden cost of every upgrade, the paradox of progress that chains us to endless upkeep. The question is not how much we can upgrade, but how long we can keep spinning before the spiral consumes everything we hope to simplify. Translation loss paradox. Language is more than words. It is rhythm, culture, memory, identity. To speak is not just to communicate, it is to carry centuries of tradition, unspoken rules, subtle gestures wrapped in sound. Translation has always been the bridge between worlds, an attempt to let one culture hear the voice of another. And with modern technology, that bridge has never seemed stronger. Machines can translate instantly, from speech to text, from one tongue to another, with a precision that would have astonished scholars of the past. But hidden inside this progress is a paradox. The better translation tools become at turning words into equivalents, the more they strip away the soul those words once carried. This is the translation loss paradox. The strange truth that in perfecting translation, we may lose the very thing worth translating. Think about idioms. Every culture has phrases that cannot be carried neatly into another language. In English, you might say, kick the bucket to mean death, or spill the beans to mean reveal a secret. A machine will translate those phrases literally, and the result makes no sense. More advanced systems try to replace them with the closest equivalents in another language. But something is lost in the process. The cultural flavor, the imagery, the humor, the subtlety vanishes. The listener receives the meaning, but not the experience. The joke no longer lands. The metaphor no longer sparks. The words survive, but the culture does not. Consider poetry. A line of verse is not only about meaning, it is about rhythm, meter, sound, emotional resonance. Translating poetry is a human art precisely because it cannot be done perfectly. Every translator must choose what to preserve and what to let go. Machines, however, seek efficiency. They deliver the literal meaning, stripped of music, stripped of soul. The reader understands the words, but the heart of the poem, the pause, the breath, the cultural echoes, disappears. The better the tool becomes at precise translation, the worse it becomes at carrying beauty. This paradox grows sharper in conversation. Real communication is not only what is said, but how it is said. Tone, hesitation, irony, sarcasm, these layers are woven into language. In Japanese, silence itself can speak volumes. In Arabic, repetition carries sacred weight. In French, a single word can shift meaning depending on context and tone. Translation software often captures the literal words but discards the layers that give them life. A sentence may become accurate but lifeless, stripped of the very texture that shaped its intent. Two people may technically understand each other, but still fail to truly connect. Even in diplomacy, the paradox creates dangers. Negotiations between nations hinge on precise wording. A mistranslated phrase, even slightly stripped of nuance, can alter the meaning of a treaty or spark misunderstanding between leaders. Machines, no matter how advanced, lack the cultural depth to know when a phrase carries historical baggage, or when a single word resonates with centuries of struggle. To deliver efficiency, they flatten nuance. And in the flattening, meaning bends. Think about literature. Generations have relied on human translators to bring great works across borders. Dostoevsky, Cervantes, Homer, all filtered through translators who made choices, sacrifices, interpretations. Each version is different, but each carries a human attempt to balance meaning with culture. When machines attempt the same task, they deliver the information but not the spirit. A novel may become comprehensible, but the experience becomes hollow. Readers may believe they have absorbed the work, when in truth they have consumed only its shadow. The paradox even affects identity. Immigrants speaking through translation apps may be understood, but the richness of their cultural voice is muted. Their humor, their wit, their subtleties are flattened into sterile equivalents. They are understood, but not seen. Technology promises connection, but delivers something shallower, a transaction of meaning without the resonance of shared culture. In making translation seamless, it risks making cultures invisible. And here lies the most unsettling truth. The more we rely on these tools, the less we feel the need to learn languages ourselves. Why struggle to study another tongue when a device can do it instantly? But when we stop learning, we stop entering into the cultural depth that language demands. We no longer hear the echoes, the history, the metaphors. We only hear the literal surface. And so, a cycle begins. Translation tools improve, people rely on them more, people learn less, and the cultural richness of language quietly fades. The bridge is strong, but the shores it connects grow empty. This does not mean translation tools are useless. They save lives in emergencies, allow communication across vast barriers, and open doors once locked by language. But the paradox reminds us that efficiency always comes with cost. The more perfect the translation appears, the less we notice what has been lost. And what is lost is often the very essence of human expression, the humor, the music, the soul that makes language more than words. The translation loss paradox asks us to question what we value in communication. Is it enough to simply understand the surface? Or is true connection found in the struggle to grasp nuance, to feel culture, to learn the rhythm of another people's voice? Machines can give us words, but only humans can give us meaning. And if we forget that distinction, we may awaken in a world where everyone is understood, yet no one is truly heard. Coverage dead zone effect. Imagine standing in a world surrounded by towers, satellites, and cables that promise to connect every corner of the Earth. Everywhere you go, the message is the same. Complete coverage, seamless connection, unlimited access. And yet, somehow, in the middle of a city, in a quiet suburb, or on a mountain road, you lift your phone and see it. No signal. A blank screen. A dead zone. This is the paradox of the coverage dead zone effect. No matter how wide networks grow, no matter how powerful the infrastructure becomes, unpredictable blind spots remain, exposing the fragility behind the illusion of total connection. Think about mobile phones. Companies boast of 5G networks that blanket entire nations, of coverage maps shaded in reassuring colors of connectivity. But anyone who has tried to make a call in a concrete basement, or stream a video in a rural valley, or send a text while traveling by train, knows the truth. There are gaps, silent, stubborn gaps. One step you have blazing fast service, the next step you have nothing. The promise of everywhere breaks down into the reality of somewhere. Why does this happen? Because coverage is not uniform. Buildings absorb signals. Mountains block them. Weather interferes. Even the density of users in a small space can overwhelm a network and create a sudden blind spot. The system looks perfect on paper, but reality refuses to conform. Expansion brings reach, but it also reveals new vulnerabilities. The bigger the net, the more noticeable the holes. Consider emergency situations. A hiker lost in the wilderness trusts that their phone will guide them out, but the very moment they need it most is often the moment the signal vanishes. A driver stranded on a remote highway expects to call for help, but discovers they've wandered into a dead zone. Even in cities, natural disasters can knock out cell towers, plunging millions into sudden silence. The illusion of constant coverage collapses, leaving people stranded not only physically but psychologically, because they assumed the connection would never fail. The effect isn't limited to cell service. Satellite internet, designed to cover the globe, still suffers blind spots due to orbital mechanics, atmospheric interference, or technical failures. Wi-Fi networks in homes, despite modern mesh systems, still produce frustrating dead zones in certain rooms, where signals inexplicably weaken. The paradox holds at every scale. The more we expand, the more we notice where expansion has not reached. This blind spot effect is not just technological, it's symbolic. It mirrors human efforts at perfection. No matter how hard we try to cover every angle, every detail, every possibility, there are always gaps. In knowledge, in planning, in communication. The more confident we grow in the system, the more destabilizing those gaps feel when they suddenly reveal themselves. And here lies the danger. As networks expand, people grow more dependent. We assume maps will always load, calls will always connect, data will always stream. We stop carrying paper maps, we stop memorizing phone numbers, we stop preparing for disconnection. But the dead zones remain. And when we stumble into them, we realize just how fragile our sense of security is. The stronger the net appears, the harder we fall through its holes. Corporations understand this paradox but often hide it. Coverage maps are painted as smooth blankets, when in truth they are riddled with exceptions. Fine print explains that actual coverage may vary. And it does, at the worst possible times. The blind spots do not disappear with progress. They only shift, becoming more unpredictable, harder to anticipate, more jarring when they emerge. The coverage dead zone effect is a reminder of humility. Technology cannot rewrite the laws of physics. Signals bend, scatter, and weaken. Systems fail. Expansion is never infinite. And so the blind spots are not flaws to be eliminated but realities to be expected. The problem arises when we forget that. The lesson is clear. In a world of apparent endless connection, we must still prepare for disconnection. Carry a backup. Memorize a number. Print a map. Build resilience not on the illusion of perfection, but on the acceptance of imperfection. Because the more we trust the promise of total coverage, the more devastating the silence feels when the dead zone arrives. This is the paradox written into the architecture of our connected age. The bigger the network grows, the more acutely we feel the absence of its reach. No map, no tower, no satellite can erase the fact that some places will remain blind, and sometimes those places will matter most. The coverage dead zone effect is not just about dropped calls. It is about the fragile illusion of total control in a world that always keeps its blind spots. Testing-induced failure. We live in a world obsessed with perfection. Every system, every machine, every platform is tested, prodded, and stressed before it is released to the public. And on the surface, this makes sense. Testing is supposed to guarantee safety, reliability, and performance. It is supposed to give us confidence that what we build will not fail. But beneath this noble intention lies a hidden paradox. Sometimes, the very act of testing introduces the weaknesses that cause collapse. This is the phenomenon of testing-induced failure. Consider the software industry. Engineers design rigorous tests to simulate every possible scenario. They hammer systems with fake traffic, flood them with requests, and bombard them with edge cases. The goal is to ensure stability when the real world arrives. Yet, these same tests can push the system into unnatural states, conditions it would never actually encounter outside of a lab. Memory leaks that only occur under test pressure get locked into production code. Patches meant to satisfy artificial tests create new bugs that appear when real users arrive. In trying to simulate reality too perfectly, testing can distort reality itself, and the system emerges less stable than before. Think about flight simulators and aerospace testing. Aircraft are put through countless stress tests to ensure safety in extreme conditions. Engineers simulate turbulence, lightning strikes, engine failures, and more. But if a system is overtuned for those simulations, it may actually become brittle in normal circumstances. It is like training a pilot to handle a hurricane every day, then discovering they struggle in calm skies. By pushing too far into the edge cases, we risk undermining the very balance the system needs to function smoothly in ordinary life. The same paradox emerges in medicine. Drugs go through trial after trial, dosage experiment after dosage experiment, to eliminate risk. But the more aggressively we test, the more variables we introduce: strains on the supply chain, alterations in compounds, new side effects from over-refinement. Sometimes, by attempting to eliminate every possibility of harm, we create instabilities that would not have existed in ordinary usage. The pursuit of absolute safety tips into danger. Technology magnifies this effect. Imagine a company testing its cloud servers with massive artificial loads, traffic levels designed to simulate millions of simultaneous users. On paper, this proves resilience. But in reality, that load testing can destabilize the servers, exhaust resources, or corrupt data. If those tests bleed into live systems, outages follow. Customers feel the collapse not because demand was too high, but because the very act of preparing for demand caused the system to fail. The psychology of testing-induced failure is even more revealing. When people test something endlessly, they begin to lose trust in its natural stability. They patch, tweak, and adjust until the system no longer resembles its original form. It is like a student who over-prepares for an exam, memorizing so many unnecessary details that they forget the simple answers. The obsession with perfection replaces functional confidence with instability. The weight of testing crushes the system it was meant to protect. Real-world infrastructure suffers from this paradox too. Bridges and buildings undergo rigorous testing to ensure safety against earthquakes, winds, and weight. But sometimes, over-testing creates stress fractures or reveals weaknesses prematurely. Maintenance crews may then overcorrect, reinforcing one area while neglecting another. The structure becomes unevenly balanced, not because it was inherently weak, but because the testing itself reshaped it. The attempt to prove resilience creates vulnerability. This effect extends into human systems as well. Military organizations run endless war games to test strategies. But the more these simulations are refined, the more soldiers and commanders adapt to the artificial rules of the test environment. They grow accustomed to scenarios that play out in neat, predictable ways. Then, when real combat arrives, the unpredictability shatters them. By testing too thoroughly in artificial conditions, the system becomes fragile in reality. Testing-induced failure is a warning about complexity. The deeper the tests go, the more assumptions they create. And when those assumptions enter the live environment, they do not always hold. What was meant to strengthen becomes a source of fragility. What was meant to prepare becomes the cause of collapse. It is the paradox of too much certainty, the idea that by controlling every variable in advance, we actually lose control when reality arrives. The irony is hard to ignore. Testing exists to prevent failure, yet taken too far, it becomes the architect of failure. We trust in the process so much that we overlook the cracks it introduces. We forget that systems, like people, must be allowed to breathe, adapt, and exist outside the laboratory. The more tightly we squeeze them with tests, the less freedom they have to respond when the unexpected strikes. So what does this mean for the world we are building? It means that perfection is not the same as resilience. A perfectly tested system may collapse the moment it encounters something just slightly outside the test parameters. True resilience comes not from eliminating every risk in advance, but from allowing flexibility, adaptability, and even imperfection. Sometimes, the cracks that remain are what give the structure strength. Perhaps the deeper lesson is that safety is not found in endless testing, but in balance. Too little testing invites disaster. Too much testing creates its own. Somewhere between recklessness and obsession lies the fragile equilibrium where systems survive. And finding that equilibrium is not just a technical challenge, it is a human one. Because in the end, testing-induced failure is not just about machines. It is about our own fear of uncertainty. We test endlessly because we want control. But in chasing control, we often create the very chaos we fear. And maybe the most unsettling truth of all is this: sometimes, failure doesn't come from what we missed. It comes from how hard we tried to prevent it. Encryption accessibility conflict. We live in a world where data is the new currency. Every message, every photograph, every password, every financial transaction is stored as digital code. And because our lives now exist in these fragile streams of information, we build walls around them. We call those walls encryption, mathematical locks so strong that even the most powerful computers struggle to break them. Encryption is our shield against hackers, corporations, and surveillance. But hidden within this shield is a cruel paradox. The stronger the lock becomes, the harder it can be for legitimate users to access their own data. This is the encryption accessibility conflict, the strange reality where protecting information can also trap it away from the very people it was meant to serve. At its core, encryption works by scrambling information so that only those with the correct key can unlock it. The stronger the encryption, the more impossible it becomes for outsiders to brute force their way in. This sounds ideal, until you realize what happens if the rightful owner loses the key. In that moment, the system does not care whether you are the rightful owner or a criminal attacker. The lock does not distinguish intention. The lock simply stays closed. Consider the countless stories of people losing access to their cryptocurrency wallets. Billions of dollars worth of digital currency are stranded in accounts forever because owners forgot their passwords or misplaced their private keys. The encryption guarding those wallets is unbreakable. Not even governments with supercomputers can access them. The money is not stolen, not hacked, not lost to corruption. It is simply locked away, sitting silently behind a wall so strong that no one, not even its owner, can reach it. The ultimate security becomes the ultimate prison. Or think of a more everyday example: the smartphone. Modern phones use sophisticated encryption to protect user data. This ensures that if the device is stolen, the thief cannot access personal files, photos, or messages. But the same encryption has created tragedies. Parents have been locked out of their deceased children's phones, unable to retrieve precious memories. Businesses have lost access to critical information when an employee forgot a password. Even law enforcement has struggled, unable to unlock phones during criminal investigations despite warrants. The strength of the encryption does not bend to circumstance, it remains absolute. This conflict reveals something fundamental about security. It always comes at a cost. The tighter we build the locks, the more risk we create for ourselves if we lose the key. And because humans are fallible, forgetful, careless, vulnerable, this risk is inevitable. Stronger security can protect us from the outside world, but it can also protect us from ourselves. The problem becomes even more complex when we consider usability. Most people are not cryptography experts. They want convenience, passwords they can remember, systems that don't demand constant technical maintenance. But convenience is the enemy of security. Easy-to-remember passwords are weak. Automatic recovery systems create backdoors that can be exploited. Companies face a constant dilemma. Design encryption strong enough to resist attackers, but accessible enough for ordinary users to navigate. Push too far in one direction, and you compromise safety. Push too far in the other, and you compromise usability. This is why debates rage around encryption in law enforcement and national security. Governments argue that there should be ways to unlock data in emergencies, backdoors for investigators. But cryptographers warn that any backdoor created for good actors can also be exploited by bad ones. You cannot build a lock that opens only for the righteous. Once a weakness exists, it exists for everyone. And so we are trapped in the conflict. How do you create systems that are both unbreakable and recoverable, both secure and accessible? The truth is, no perfect solution exists. The encryption accessibility conflict also exposes the fragility of digital ownership. We assume that when we store files, photos, or assets, they are ours forever. But unlike physical objects, digital ones are always dependent on keys, passwords, systems, and protocols. If any one of those fails, the data might as well not exist. In this sense, encryption forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Ownership in the digital age is conditional. What you own is only as accessible as the keys you can keep safe. Lose them, and your possession vanishes into a black hole of locked code. Beyond the technical and practical, there is also a psychological weight to this paradox. People trust encryption to protect their most intimate details. But that trust comes with anxiety. What if I forget my password? What if my backup fails? What if I lock myself out forever? Security, meant to provide peace of mind, often delivers the opposite, a constant low-level fear of self-sabotage. Every login becomes a reminder that one mistake could mean irreversible loss. The conflict doesn't mean encryption is flawed, it means humans must learn to live with trade-offs. Systems can be designed to minimize risk, with password managers, biometric logins, or redundant key backups. But none of these erase the paradox. Stronger protection always makes recovery harder. Easier recovery always makes protection weaker. The line we walk between the two is delicate, shifting with each new innovation, each new threat, each new failure. And yet, perhaps this conflict holds a deeper lesson. It reminds us that technology cannot solve every problem without cost. It reminds us that perfect safety does not exist. And it reminds us that power always comes with responsibility. To enjoy the strength of encryption, we must also accept the burden of safeguarding our keys. To protect our data from others, we must protect ourselves from our own mistakes. In the end, the encryption accessibility conflict is not just a technical dilemma, it is a mirror reflecting the human condition. We crave safety, but we also crave simplicity. We demand absolute security, but also effortless convenience. And in the space between those desires lies the reality we cannot escape. Every lock we build to keep the world out can also keep us out. The question is not whether this paradox can be solved, but how we learn to live with it, responsibly, wisely, and with the humility to remember that even the strongest locks are meaningless without the keys in our own hands. Cloud dependency risk. In the modern world, we are told the cloud is freedom. No more hard drives to lose, no more files to misplace, no more clutter of physical storage. Everything we need, our work, our memories, our records, exists in a vast invisible vault, accessible anywhere, anytime. It feels limitless, weightless, eternal. But hidden inside this promise is a dangerous illusion. Because the more we rely on the cloud, the more fragile we become. What seems infinite is, in truth, a single point of catastrophic failure. This is the cloud dependency risk. At first glance, it feels safe. Data is mirrored across servers, protected by professionals, encrypted against intrusion. The companies behind it assure us of reliability, redundancy, and near perfection. 99.9% uptime, they boast, as if perfection can be measured in decimals. But the truth is that no system is flawless, and the more centralized our dependence becomes, the higher the stakes when failure strikes. When all paths lead to one vault, losing the vault means losing everything. Consider the countless businesses that now run entirely on cloud platforms. Their documents, customer records, communications, financial data, all live in remote servers controlled by someone else. When the cloud works, business flows effortlessly. But when it doesn't, the world halts. Outages that last hours cost companies millions. A corrupted update can cripple entire industries. And when breaches occur, because no system is impenetrable, the damage is global. Tens of thousands of companies can be compromised in one strike, because they all trusted the same vault. The irony is that cloud dependency magnifies fragility by concentrating power. 100 companies once kept their own servers, each vulnerable in different ways. Today, millions rely on a handful of cloud providers. That concentration creates efficiency, but also a terrifying single point of failure. When one of those providers suffers a breakdown, it is not one company that suffers, but the world itself. The cloud was supposed to decentralize access, but in practice, it centralized risk. History has already shown us glimpses of this fragility. There have been days when a single provider suffered an outage, and suddenly half the internet slowed, broke, or vanished. Streaming platforms collapsed, banking apps froze, communication tools died. Entire companies had to stop work because the servers in distant data centers went dark. What once would have been a local issue, a broken hard drive in one office, became a global blackout because everything pointed to the same dependency. And the danger is not only outages. Breaches cut even deeper. A hacker who once had to break into thousands of individual systems now only needs to breach one cloud provider to gain access to millions of clients. The scale of potential theft, blackmail, and exposure grows exponentially. Cloud storage does not just store your data, it gathers it into a treasure chest, and every treasure chest invites a thief. The stronger the vault, the greater the challenge it poses, and the greater the reward for breaking it. Even outside of hacking, there is the quiet risk of control. When your data lives in the cloud, it no longer truly belongs to you. It exists on servers you do not own, maintained by companies you cannot control, governed by terms and policies that can shift overnight. Files can be locked, censored, deleted, or altered, not by you, but by unseen administrators or legal orders. A hard drive in your desk may fail, but no one can take it from you. The cloud feels infinite, but it is still a rented space. And the landlord decides the rules. The cloud dependency risk also stretches into national security. Governments, hospitals, financial institutions. Many now rely on the same few providers to safeguard their most critical systems. But what happens if those providers are targeted during conflict? What happens if geopolitical pressures force access to be cut off? In a world where power is digital, control of the cloud is control of civilization itself. And that control rests in the hands of a small number of corporations, each carrying more responsibility than any vault in history. The spiral of dependency grows because convenience blinds us to fragility. We upload our photos, trusting they will always be there. We draft our documents, believing they will never vanish. We stream, message, store, and archive without ever asking, what if it fails? What if one day the password doesn't work, the account is gone, the servers are shut down? We assume permanence because the cloud feels eternal. But permanence is an illusion. Behind every glowing screen is a warehouse of machines, vulnerable to power outages, to bugs, to fire, to human error. The cloud is not the sky. It is a room filled with hardware, and like all hardware, it breaks. The greatest danger is psychological. As we hand more of our lives to the cloud, we stop keeping backups. We stop printing, archiving, protecting. We stop thinking of resilience at all. And when disaster strikes, we are left empty-handed, because we believed the cloud would never betray us. A single point of failure becomes catastrophic not because the system failed, but because we never prepared for the possibility that it could. This is the essence of the cloud dependency risk, the illusion of infinite security masking the reality of infinite fragility. Every file you upload, every system you migrate, every dependency you accept tightens the chain. The chain looks unbreakable until the day it snaps. So the question is not whether the cloud is useful. It is. The question is whether we understand the price of our dependence. Because the cloud does not just hold our data, it holds our trust. And trust, once broken, is far harder to restore than files ever will be. That is the paradox of cloud dependency. The higher we build the vault, the more catastrophic its collapse. The more we believe in its permanence, the more devastating its failure. The cloud was meant to free us, but if we surrender everything to it, one day we may wake to find that freedom itself has vanished into thin air. Realism detachment effect. We live in a time where technology no longer just imitates reality, it competes with it. Screens glow with worlds sharper than our own eyes can perceive, simulations render landscapes more vivid than any horizon we've stood before, and virtual experiences offer intensity that ordinary life struggles to match. At first glance, this feels like progress. The closer our creations move toward realism, the richer our experiences should become. But hidden inside this progress is a paradox. The more hyper-realistic our virtual worlds become, the more detached we grow from the real one. This is the realism detachment effect, the unsettling truth that when the artificial becomes too perfect, the authentic begins to feel disappointing. Think about video games. In the early days, pixels barely suggested shapes. A block of color was a tree, a cluster of dots was a person, and imagination filled the gaps. Players loved those worlds because they were simple canvases for creativity. But now, games boast photorealistic detail, entire cities mapped down to the cracks in the pavement, characters rendered with lifelike faces, voices, and emotions. The result is breathtaking. Yet when the game ends, many players report a strange emptiness. The real world outside, the street, the office, the daily grind, feels dull in comparison. Reality itself begins to look washed out against the brilliance of simulation. The same happens in film. Special effects have advanced so far that galaxies, creatures, and impossible battles are depicted with a clarity that once belonged only to dreams. Audiences sit transfixed in theaters, surrounded by sound and light, immersed in impossible beauty. And when they step outside, the contrast hits. The sky looks less blue. The city feels less alive. The real world has not changed, but our perception of it has been dulled by exposure to something sharper, brighter, and impossibly heightened. What once felt satisfying now feels insufficient. Consider virtual reality. A headset can place you on the peak of a mountain, in the depths of the ocean, or in a fantasy world where physics bend to your will. The immersion is so convincing that people forget they are standing in their own living rooms. But when the headset comes off, the room feels emptier than before. The house feels smaller. The ordinary rhythm of life feels inadequate compared to the boundless intensity of virtual experience. The more vivid the simulation, the more muted reality becomes. This detachment creeps into everyday life. Social media filters present faces more polished than the mirror. High-definition travel vlogs present locations brighter and cleaner than when you arrive in person. Digital spaces compress the highlights of life into a perfect stream of moments, So when we live our own lives unfiltered, they feel lacking. Reality, with its imperfections and pauses, cannot compete with the carefully curated hyperrealism of the digital stage. And so, dissatisfaction grows, not because reality has worsened, but because our expectations have been rewired. Even intimacy is affected. Hyper-realistic simulations of human interaction, from AI companions to virtual influencers, are designed to respond flawlessly, always available, always engaging. Compare this to the messiness of real relationships. Misunderstandings, silence, conflict, and suddenly, real connection feels more frustrating, less rewarding. The illusion of perfect companionship begins to erode the patience required for authentic bonds. The virtual makes the real seem flawed, when in truth, it is the flaws that give reality its depth. The realism detachment effect is not just psychological, it is cultural. Societies that immerse themselves in hyper-realistic digital landscapes risk losing appreciation for the natural world. Why sit in a park when you can explore a digital rainforest with richer colors and no mosquitoes? Why travel to ancient ruins when you can walk through a flawless 3D reconstruction? The danger is not that these tools exist, it is that they replace the motivation to seek the imperfect, authentic, physical experiences that define what it means to be alive. And yet, the paradox cuts even deeper. The pursuit of hyperrealism promises truth. Photorealistic graphics, high-definition footage, ultra-detailed simulations, all claim to mirror reality perfectly. But instead of bringing us closer to reality, they create detachment. By simulating life so flawlessly, they make actual life feel like a lesser copy. The copy begins to overshadow the original, until the original no longer satisfies. This effect is subtle, but relentless. It reshapes expectations. When people watch sunsets filtered through camera lenses, they begin to expect every sunset to look cinematic. When people consume stories crafted with heightened drama and visuals, they begin to expect life to unfold with the same intensity. And when life inevitably fails to meet those expectations, disappointment takes root. Satisfaction decreases not because life has changed, but because the reference point has shifted. The realism detachment effect forces us to ask difficult questions. How much immersion is too much? Can we embrace simulations without letting them erode our appreciation of the real? Can we consume hyper-realistic beauty without losing sight of the quieter, imperfect beauty around us? The risk is not that virtual worlds exist. It is that we begin to prefer them, to retreat into them, to view reality itself as inadequate. And when that happens, we risk not only losing appreciation for the world, but losing the will to engage with it at all. The paradox is clear. The sharper our simulations become, the blurrier our connection to reality grows. Hyperrealism does not bring us closer to truth. It tempts us to abandon it. And if we forget how to love the imperfect textures of real life, we may find ourselves living in a world where reality feels like the weakest illusion of all. Digital permanence illusion. Imagine the Internet as a vast library where nothing is ever lost, where every message, every photo, every video lives forever. That is the illusion most of us carry, that once something is online, it will stay online, untouched, eternal. We treat the digital world as if it were carved into stone, immune to time. But this is a dangerous myth. In truth, the digital world is one of the most fragile creations humanity has ever built. Data that feels permanent can vanish in an instant, without warning, without explanation. This is the paradox of the digital permanence illusion. Think of your social media. Photos, memories, conversations, years of your life scattered across platforms. You believe they will always be there, waiting for you. But accounts are suspended, servers are shut down, companies collapse, and policies change. A platform can delete your content with a single click, and you may never retrieve it. What once felt like an archive of your identity can be erased in seconds. Permanence was never promised, it was only assumed. Consider cloud storage. It feels infinite, invincible, a safe box in the sky. But servers fail. Files get corrupted. Accounts get locked out due to forgotten passwords or hacked credentials. Companies discontinue services, leaving millions of users scrambling. Ask anyone who trusted a now-dead platform like GeoCities, MySpace, or Google+. Entire worlds of digital culture disappeared, swallowed by time. What seemed eternal proved to be fragile. Even the web itself is vanishing faster than we realize. Links that once worked go dead. Websites that once thrived dissolve into empty domains. This phenomenon, known as link rot, affects even academic research, where citations to online sources often lead to nothing after just a few years. The so-called permanent record of the Internet is riddled with holes. We assume the web remembers everything. In truth, it forgets constantly. The illusion of permanence changes how we behave. People overshare, believing that what they post will live forever, etched into digital history. Others fear posting at all, terrified that a mistake will haunt them decades later. Both reactions are based on the same illusion, the idea that data online is unchanging, indestructible. Yet in reality, digital permanence is conditional, fragile, and dependent on forces beyond our control. The fragility becomes most terrifying when it intersects with memory. Families now store precious photos entirely online. Journals, letters, histories, once preserved physically, now exist as fragile files. But what happens if the account is deleted, if the drive fails, if the format becomes obsolete? A generation could lose its memories not to fire or flood, but to the silent erasure of a server. The permanence we trust is no more than an illusion, and its collapse would leave a void in human history. Even governments and institutions are not immune. Entire archives of digital records risk being lost due to poor preservation practices. Technology evolves quickly, and formats become unreadable. The CDs and floppy disks of yesterday are nearly useless today. Hard drives degrade, tapes fail, file formats vanish. Without constant migration and upkeep, digital history dissolves faster than parchment, faster than stone, faster than ink. This illusion persists because digital feels weightless, endless, timeless. A printed photo can burn, but a digital photo seems untouchable. A diary can fade, but an email seems eternal. Yet the opposite is true. The physical, though fragile, often outlasts the digital. Letters from centuries ago still exist. Ancient manuscripts survive. But will your text messages survive 50 years? Will your Instagram feed still exist in a century? And yet, the digital permanence illusion doesn't only vanish in loss, it also traps us in unexpected ways. Because while some data disappears too quickly, other data lingers against our will. Deleted posts resurface in archives, private photos leak, forgotten comments re-emerge in search engines. Some things vanish without warning, others refuse to disappear. The illusion cuts both ways. We think we control what remains, but in truth, we do not control either disappearance or persistence. The paradox is sharp. The Internet is both the most fragile and the most unforgiving archive ever created. What you hope to keep can vanish. What you hope to erase can remain. Permanence is neither guaranteed nor predictable. It is an illusion that keeps us both careless and fearful. The lesson is sobering. If something matters, do not assume the digital will protect it. Print it. Back it up. Preserve it across formats. And if something should be forgotten, do not assume deletion erases it. Understand that digital life operates by rules far beyond your control. The digital permanence illusion is one of the defining traps of our age. We believe we live in a world where everything online lasts forever. But in truth, we live in a world where what lasts and what vanishes is determined by forces we cannot see. Corporations, algorithms, server farms, and the silent decay of data itself. What feels permanent is fragile. What feels erasable is stubborn. And somewhere between those contradictions lies the unsettling truth. In the digital world, permanence is not reality. It is only the illusion we choose to believe. Warning system desensitization. We live in a world surrounded by warnings. Alarms beep in hospitals, alerts flash on our phones, notifications blink from our devices, and sirens cry out in cities. Every system we build, every technology we trust, comes wrapped in a layer of safety signals designed to keep us vigilant. On the surface, this is meant to protect us. If danger arises, the warning tells us where to look, when to act, and how to stay safe. But there is a hidden paradox inside this system. When warnings become constant, their power begins to fade. The more we are surrounded by low-level alerts, the less we respond to them. And when the real emergency arrives, the very system meant to protect us leaves us vulnerable. This is the phenomenon of warning system desensitization. Think about hospitals, where machines monitor every heartbeat, every breath, every shift in blood pressure. These machines are programmed to sound alarms even for minor fluctuations. Nurses and doctors hear dozens of beeps every hour, most of them insignificant, most requiring no action at all. Over time, the human mind adapts. It learns to tune out the sound, to filter it into background noise. Then, when a true emergency occurs, the alarm rings with the same tone as all the false ones. The response slows. The urgency is dulled. And sometimes, lives are lost not because the warning failed, but because the warning was too common. The same paradox plays out in aviation. Pilots rely on cockpits filled with warning lights, buzzers, and alerts. But when too many signals overlap, when every small fluctuation triggers a notice, pilots can become overloaded or, worse, indifferent. The flood of warnings blurs into static. Critical alarms risk being missed because they sound too much like the countless others. A system designed to prevent disaster ends up contributing to it by numbing the very people it was built to protect. On a societal scale, we see this with weather alerts and emergency broadcasts. Communities receive constant warnings about potential storms, floods, or heat waves. Many of these are important, but not all materialize into real crises. Over time, citizens begin to doubt them. They shrug off the alerts as exaggerations, assuming the danger will pass like it always has. Then, when the true catastrophe strikes, people delay evacuation or ignore safety instructions, convinced it is just another false alarm. And by the time they realize the difference, it is often too late. Technology has amplified this effect. Our phones buzz with notifications every hour. Amber alerts, scam warnings, spam filters, system notifications, safety tips. Each one is meant to be helpful, but together they form a constant background hum of caution. The mind, overwhelmed by signals, adapts by caring less. We swipe them away without reading, dismiss them before processing. And in doing so, we strip real emergencies of their impact. The more the system warns us, the less warning means. The psychology of this effect is well studied. Humans are wired to adapt to patterns. If an alarm goes off too often without real consequence, the brain files it under noise. This is called alarm fatigue. It is not laziness, it is survival. The brain cannot sustain urgency forever. It economizes attention, conserving energy by treating constant signals as irrelevant. But this adaptation, useful in some environments, becomes catastrophic when danger is real. Consider cybersecurity. Companies receive endless alerts from intrusion detection systems, tiny flags for possible anomalies, minor login failures, harmless network scans. Security analysts sift through thousands of low-level warnings daily. But hidden in that mountain of noise may be the one critical alert signaling a real breach. And because the system fires too often, humans tune out or become too slow to act. Hackers exploit this fatigue, knowing that in a flood of warnings, the one that matters may go unnoticed. The irony of warning system desensitization is brutal. We add more alerts to keep people safe, yet each additional signal dilutes the power of all the others. By trying to eliminate risk entirely, we create a culture where risk is ignored. The very system built to save us teaches us not to listen. This problem reveals a deeper truth about human psychology. Fear only works when it is rare. A fire alarm ringing once a year demands attention. A fire alarm ringing 5 times a day becomes background noise. Safety systems often forget this, assuming that more information equals more protection. But in reality, more signals often equal less awareness. True safety comes not from constant vigilance, but from selective urgency. The consequences are not abstract. They are measured in lives, dollars, and trust. Patients harmed in hospitals because alarms were missed. Planes nearly lost because critical signals were buried under noise. Communities devastated by disasters because real warnings blended with false ones. Every sector that relies on constant alerts is haunted by the same paradox. Too much caution breeds carelessness. And yet, we continue to build systems that chase total coverage, believing that if we sound enough alarms, no one will ever be caught off guard. But the reality is the opposite. The flood of warnings guarantees that people will be caught off guard, precisely because they can no longer tell the difference between noise and danger. Perhaps the most unsettling truth is this: warnings are only as powerful as our willingness to believe them. And belief requires rarity, clarity, and trust. If those elements vanish, the system collapses into background noise, and we are left exposed at the very moment we most need protection. So the question is not how many warnings we can create, but how few we can design effectively. Because in the end, the purpose of a warning is not to remind us constantly of danger. Its purpose is to cut through the noise, to pierce the ordinary, and to demand action when it matters most. If warnings become endless, they stop being warnings. They become whispers lost in a storm, leaving us blind to the catastrophe that was always coming. Battery efficiency paradox. We live in an age where technology promises constant progress. Each year, batteries become lighter, smaller, and more powerful. Engineers refine chemistry, increase efficiency, and stretch capacity further than ever before. In theory, this should free us from the constant anxiety of low battery warnings. Our devices should last longer, run cooler, and give us more freedom. But here's the paradox. The better batteries become, the faster we seem to drain them. Every leap in efficiency is matched, and often surpassed, by new features, brighter screens, hungrier processors, and endless background tasks. This is the battery efficiency paradox. Progress that feels like it moves forward, yet leaves us stuck in the same cycle of charging, draining, and charging again. Think about your smartphone. 10 years ago, phones had far smaller batteries. Yet, many of them could last 2 or even 3 days on a single charge. Why? Because their functions were limited. They called, they texted, maybe browsed simple web pages. Fast forward to today. Batteries are vastly more advanced, packing more energy in less space. But the average phone still struggles to last a full day. Not because the battery is weak, but because the phone itself has become a miniature supercomputer. It streams high-definition video, runs power-hungry apps, lights up massive screens with billions of colors, and maintains constant wireless connections. The stronger the battery, the greater the appetite of the device. The same paradox is everywhere. Laptops have shifted from bulky machines that ran for hours to sleek ultrabooks with energy-dense batteries. But instead of doubling or tripling endurance, manufacturers used that efficiency to power higher-resolution displays, faster processors, and thinner designs. Electric cars are another example. Battery technology improves every year, yet range anxiety remains. Why? Because as batteries grow stronger, vehicles become heavier, loaded with screens, sensors, autopilot systems, and luxury features that devour energy. Every improvement seems to be matched by a new demand. This is not an accident. It's a cycle rooted in human psychology and industry. When efficiency increases, we don't use it to preserve, we use it to expand. History shows this again and again. In economics, it's called the Jevons paradox. When coal-powered engines became more efficient in the 19th century, people didn't burn less coal, they burned more, because efficiency made coal power cheaper and more accessible. The same principle applies to modern batteries. The more capacity we gain, the more functions designers cram into our devices, ensuring that the improvement never feels like more time, only more consumption. There's also the cultural factor. Companies compete not on battery life, but on features. Consumers demand brighter screens, thinner designs, faster speeds. A device that simply lasted longer but did nothing new would be seen as outdated. And so every gain in efficiency is immediately spent on flashier functions, leaving users still tethered to chargers, still living with the constant cycle of energy drain. The paradox becomes self-fulfilling. Progress creates expectation, and expectation consumes progress. The consequences reach beyond frustration. Our hunger for features drives energy demand across industries. Billions of devices, each optimized for performance rather than endurance, collectively create an enormous drain on power grids. The paradox scales from the individual phone in your pocket to the global infrastructure required to keep every battery-fed machine running. We dream of sustainability, yet every efficiency gain is absorbed by new appetites, leaving the overall demand climbing higher and higher. This cycle also reshapes how we think about convenience. Portable chargers, wireless charging pads, fast charging technology. These exist not because batteries are weak, but because no matter how strong they become, our expectations rise faster. Instead of solving the problem, we normalize it. We build lifestyles around constant access to outlets, power banks, and cables. The paradox ensures that battery anxiety never disappears. It merely evolves with every new generation of devices. But the paradox carries a warning. If efficiency gains are always consumed by new demands, then we are chasing a horizon we will never reach. Imagine a future where batteries are 10 times more powerful. Will our devices finally last for weeks? Or will they be stuffed with holographic displays, always-on AI assistants, and immersive features that drain them just as quickly? Unless we change how we measure progress, the answer is clear. We will never feel satisfied, no matter how advanced batteries become. And yet, perhaps the paradox is not entirely bleak. It reveals something essential about human nature, our relentless drive to push boundaries. We do not settle for endurance. We demand evolution. Every watt-hour gained is turned into something dazzling, something that redefines what a device can do. In a way, the paradox is proof of our creativity, our refusal to let efficiency rest unused. But it also forces us to ask a hard question. At what point does progress stop serving us and start enslaving us to constant consumption? To escape the cycle, we would need to rethink design priorities. Instead of funneling every gain into brighter, faster, and hungrier features, we could choose endurance, sustainability, and stability. A phone that truly lasts a week. A laptop that survives long journeys without a charger. An electric car that can travel across a continent on a single charge. These futures are possible, but only if we resist the urge to consume every efficiency gain with yet another demand. The paradox is not inevitable. It is a choice. The battery efficiency paradox shows us that progress is never simple. It is not enough to make technology stronger. We must decide how to use that strength. Will we keep running in circles, draining every advancement as quickly as it arrives? Or will we learn to preserve, to value endurance as much as innovation? The answer will decide whether our future is one of liberation, or one where we remain forever tethered, not by the weakness of batteries, but by the endless hunger of the devices we create.